Chair Powell, you can go ahead and start. We are live.
Thank you. All right, I call to order the October 2020 meeting of the Board of Regents, and good morning to one and all. Thanks to those who are joining us via the live stream video and those attending in our boardroom on the Twin Cities campus. At this point, we're all very accustomed to the new meeting format, so I'm going to forego reminders about our meeting protocol. We have a very busy agenda today, so we'll just jump right in. And I'll just note that I will look for an opportunity for a break, sometime into the meeting, maybe after 90 minutes. So I will do that. Our first item of business this morning is the introduction of our new Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations. And President Gable, I'll turn that one over to you.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, and members of the board. Good morning. I have the distinct privilege and pleasure of formally introducing for the first time to this board our new Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations, Myron Franz. As per the board's approval at the September meeting, Myron officially joined the university on September 30th, and we've been working hard to onboard him over these years. Myron is a recognized leader in strategic financial management and most recently served under Governor Tim Walz as the Commissioner of Minnesota Management and Budget, or MMB, where, among other things, he oversaw the state's $80 billion biennial budget, human resources program supporting 50,000 employees, and the design and implementation of a revised statewide budget process. He also served as commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Revenue, where he solved the state's fiscal deficit and reestablished balanced budgets. Prior to his time in state government, Myron served as a partner in 2 Minneapolis law firms and as a law associate at a firm in Washington, D.C. He received his BA from Washburn University, an MA from Sam Houston State University, and a JD from the University of Kansas School of Law, where he served as editor-in-chief of the Kansas Law Review. Myron is also active in board leadership and civic and community involvement and has been published across various platforms. He brings incredible experience, knowledge, and strategic stewardship to our operations system-wide. He's very consultative, and I'm confident that we can evolve with his leadership in ways that will make us better and more innovative while we face the challenges and also take advantage of opportunities as they emerge into the future. I want to thank Brian Burnett, the outgoing Senior Vice President, for his service, his passion, his commitment to the university. He will be, and we are very grateful, an advisor to me through March 2nd, 2021. And my sincere thanks to Julie Tonneson for serving as the interim Senior Vice President until Myron started on September 30th, and for all of her amazing service. So members of the board, Myron Franz. And Myron, welcome. Would you like to make a few words?
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum. Yes, thank you, President Gable, for that very generous introduction. If my parents were still with us, my father would be proud, my mother would believe it. But I'm very honored. I'm very honored that President Gable, you and the board have given me this very unique and challenging opportunity. Some of you know that I feel very strongly about my background and how higher education provided me with an opportunity for a rewarding career. And I'm truly blessed at this point in my career to be able to return to higher education here at the University of Minnesota. And I want to assure you, President Gable, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, the board members, students, faculty, university staff, and the people of Minnesota that I take this challenge very seriously. We're in a very unusual situation. And together, for the first time, we are all facing a worldwide pandemic and an incredibly economic turmoil from that. We must work together to solve these problems. And therein lies one of the many strengths of the university, and that is the immense talent, experience, and diverse viewpoints we have here at the University of Minnesota to draw upon in these challenging times. The model of collaboration that is a tradition at the university will help us through these challenges. We must all remember, though, although the university is facing some rather unique challenges, everyone, all businesses and people are all struggling in their own ways with this pandemic. And one of the things we've learned is that safety must always be a top priority as we navigate the health concerns of COVID-19. And of course, the world economy, the US economy, Minnesota's economy are all struggling as a result of this pandemic. I do not have a crystal ball, unfortunately, but I do know that through these challenging times, the way to work through this is for planning. And I think that the university's strategic plan, Impact 2025, will help us develop specific plans so that we are good stewards of the resources that we have. And I think there are going to be many, many tough decisions ahead. And I think that we're going to have to really focus on and remembering that Minnesota expects quality, impact, and creativity from a world-class University of Minnesota. I look forward to this challenge. I look forward to working with all of you across this broad community of people and viewpoints. And I can't wait to challenge these opportunities and come up with plans that help us in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you.
All right. Well, thank you, Senior Vice President Franz. And look, on behalf of the board, I want to also echo President Gable's thanks to the outgoing Senior Vice President Brian Burnett for his excellent service and passionate service to this university. And we do welcome you, Senior Vice President Franz. We're delighted that you're here, and we look forward to working with you. Moving on in the agenda, item 2 is approval of minutes from our September meeting. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
I hear a motion and I hear a second. Moved and seconded. We'll turn to discussion. Please use raise hand or alert OBR if you wish to speak. Any discussion of the minutes? I'll just get my own raise hand. I don't see any from here. Any in the boardroom? All right, hearing none, no additional questions or comments. Mr. Steves will call the roll.
On approval of the minutes, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr. Regent Herr is absent. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Steves. So 11-0, the minutes are approved. And that'll bring us now to the report of the President. President Gable, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Swigum, members of the board. Good morning again. I'll start with a discussion of fall semester, picking up on where the provost reported yesterday. The pace is quickened. Here we are, moving from September to October. In Morrison-Crookston, we're now wrapping up our 8th week of the semester, and across our system, things are going well, especially considering the times that we find ourselves in. It's been great as things have settled into whatever we call this, being a phrase that I think all of us are a bit tired of, but that I will use in this context, and be able to engage with many in our community and beyond in meaningful events, even if they were over Zoom rather than in person. Just to give you an update on some of the places where we've been during this span of time, provided a keynote for the Minneapolis Regional Chamber's Critical Issues Forum, facilitated a signature U.S. Council on Competitiveness event with NSF Director Panchnathan. I spoke to the Teen Women Annual Leadership Conference. I was on a panel with the ASU GSV Higher Ed Leadership Conference on Equity and Women in Leadership. I participated in a podcast on leadership with the Women's Business Development Center, was very engaged on campus in governance events and meetings such as the Student Senate Retreat, FCC meetings, Civil Service Senate, University Senate, and others. We met with the Academy of Distinguished Teachers and the Alumni Association Board of Directors. We hosted a Twin Cities Town Hall on September 29th with chancellors hosting town halls on their campuses as well, where we addressed the fall transition questions amongst our community. I am part of an upcoming MBOLD launch, MBOLD being an agri-food outreach of Greater Minnesota. and I'm on an upcoming panel for APLU with the lead panel representation of the university covering equity and resilience in the pandemic. So we've been busy as the new academic year has taken shape, and as the second year of my presidency launches, I would like to share with you a number of our priorities in the short term and beyond. So our first priority is the implementation of the MPAC 2025, our university's first system-wide strategic plan. And later in this meeting, I'll provide a separate report on our next steps, including a refresh of the University of Minnesota Maroon and Gold measures and the development of a new University of Minnesota higher level dashboard. Our second priority continues to be responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are overseeing response and planning efforts. The Emergency Management Policy Committee continues to meet regularly, although fortunately not quite as often as we were before, in order to plan, respond, and then now be in the position to advance the recommendations of our task force working groups. The first you heard about yesterday with an update from Provost Croson and Vice President for Research, Chris Kramer, which addressed academics and research, and also our finance and operations working group. And then also with that work together, implementing our Sunrise Plan, most recently with the Maroon and Gold phase of the Sunrise Plan, which was having our students across the system return to campus in, albeit a modified way. Per the Maroon and Gold Sunrise Plan, on September 25th, we announced that we were moving on-campus residential housing to step 2. You may recall that step 1 was essentially the dorm version of a stay-at-home order. Step 2 opened things up to a 9 p.m. curfew. So students are now able to visit neighborhoods around campus, retail businesses. They need to be home by 9 p.m. unless they have an approved exception. They've always been able to go to class, go to the gym, and be outside in appropriate and safe ways. Our approach was conservative. I know sometimes it was frustrating, and not everyone agreed, but I want to note with some irony that the absence of bad news is actually tremendously good news for this campus and across our system right now. Our students have given up a lot. Our faculty and staff have adjusted a lot. Our community would like more for everyone involved, but we asked everyone to stay diligent, and they have. And as a result, we are continuing well into the semester with a lot of optimism of completing the semester as we work through the steps that you approved at our last meeting. Our plan is anchored in behavioral modifications, as you know, and in the MTest plan, which Jill DeBoer presented to you way back several months ago. But earlier this week, in response to our university community's request for more testing, and as part of the statewide response to COVID-19, we announced that Governor Walz and the state are directing some of the federal CARES Act funding to make available a mail order testing program at no cost to those working in higher education, similarly to what they did for those working in K through 12. And we're very grateful for that support. Also for your approval today is the desire to make the same testing available for our students so that our faculty, staff, and students have the same access to additional testing if they want it and if they wish to seek it. Our third priority is continuing to explore and prioritize ways in which we can support students' mental health. As you will recall, pre-pandemic, at least 40% of our students arrive on campus with a diagnosed mental health issue. As you know, this has been an important platform for this administration, something that we really seek to be a part of our solution, part of the solution as we meet students where they are. We can only assume that as we look back on the pandemic, that the mental health challenges for our students are, if nothing else, exacerbated by the stress of the circumstances in which we find ourselves. So the previously scheduled spring mental health initiative is now going to take place virtually on October 22nd in partnership with Minnesota State and with the Private College Council are invited as our guests, among others. It will feature keynote speaker Sarah Abelson, who is a national leader in the field of student mental health, and a series of breakout sessions. You will receive an invitation soon if you wish to attend, along with other higher education leaders from Minnesota, Minnesota State, the tribal colleges, and the private college partners. Our fourth priority is advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion. anchored in our land grant mission and as reflected in our commitment in Impact 2025 to community and belonging. We have undertaken an inventory, a gap analysis of diversity, equity, and inclusion programming across the university system. We will use that effort to identify where we are making a difference and where we could either reinvest or add new initiatives to make an even deeper difference. We really are focused, as reflected in the strategic plan, on representational diversity, improving campus climate, and building, supporting, and aligning partnerships. We think those are the most obvious ways in which we can be a part of an improved community, something that we all want and that is important to us in different ways based on our life experience. Very important to this work, we are committed to bringing a revised renamings policy before you later this fall, as well as also very importantly, continuing steps to strengthen our relationship with our tribal nations, including responding to the call to action by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council, which I described in my report to you in September. In addition, in late August, we announced that we were retaining Dr. Cedric Alexander, a noted academic and civic leader with deep knowledge and experience in law enforcement, to help us complete a comprehensive review and where and how we can evolve to be a safe campus community in every way in which we would define that word. Dr. Alexander began his work here on the Twin Cities campus last week. He's meeting with students, faculty, and staff. He will be scheduling more meetings across the community in the coming days and weeks as he guides us towards what we collectively want, which is to be the best that we can possibly be. I want to thank UMPD, which, as you know, I have very publicly stated, I think is a very strong police department, has done very good work for our campus community, but that, like all of us, believes there's nothing but upside to reflecting on how we can continuously improve, and is a committed partner to our work facilitated by Dr. Alexander towards that goal. We're also focused in partnership with UMPD on safety in the more traditional sense of that word, and have been reviewing and responding to the recent uptick in crime on, well, really near the Twin Cities campus. This uptick is a national trend in metropolitan areas, but for us here, we're taking important steps to address and mitigate these challenges. We are increasing the visibility of patrols. We're advancing immediate incident response and follow-up investigations. We're engaging in on-campus community education so that people have the tools of awareness and decision-making that can reduce the chance that they would be targeted. We're exploring areas to expand monitoring and visibility around and along our campus borders, near campus. And of course, we are continuing our collaboration with public safety partners to ensure effective response in the areas that are not within our jurisdiction. We'll keep you updated and apprise our university community of progress along the line in these efforts. And then last priority for this year, assuming that there is not another pandemic that we need to address, is that we are committed to advancing greater fiscal sustainability and really thinking about how we strike a balance between fiscal stewardship, is strained in the circumstances in which we find ourselves, and increased innovation and strategic investment, which our strategic plan calls for, such as expanded, innovative, distributed learning opportunities, which we talked about during committee meetings yesterday. We will be continuing with things that we always continue with, like seeking growing private support for university initiatives and enriching the advancement and progress of the senior leadership team. With regard to the senior leadership team, of course, we just had the pleasure of introducing our new Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations, Myron Franz. We are also have restarted and are continuing our national search for a Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students, with great thanks to Michael Go and former Dean Jean Quam, who are chairing the committee, and the entire search committee for their willingness to continue this really, really important search. And I have to thank Maggie Towell, who's been serving as interim and is now serving on the search committee, who has been an amazing partner to me and has done and will continue to do amazing work for our campus community. Members of the board, the priorities that I've just noted, I want to acknowledge that they're built on a team, a partnership, and a shared commitment to our university family so that we can meet these goals. And I look forward to keeping you posted on the progress that our office makes over the course of the year and in the weeks and months ahead. I want to finish with good news, as we try to do, and we all need good news. So a few shout outs that make us all UMN proud. First, congratulations to our University of Minnesota Morris community for celebrating their 60th anniversary this week during their virtual homecoming. I have to give a shout out, and we've already said this a few times, but I don't think we will be able to say it enough for quite some time, to Paul Danauer from the College of Science and Engineering and Damian Fair from the Medical School, who were named 2020 MacArthur Fellows earlier this week, receiving what are more colloquially called Genius Grants. It is exceptional to receive this grant. It is exceptional to have one person achieve this grant, and to have two is just remarkable and is a real reflection of the way in which we exhibit our commitment to the state and our excellence. I strongly encourage you to look at the work that each of these scholars do, and you will see that what they do provides direct service to the state of Minnesota, but obviously at the absolute upper echelon of world-class levels. And they are representative of an entire faculty, staff, and campus community who operate at that level. Actually, I have to give a shout out to our entire research enterprise, that despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, the university's research and development expenditures for fiscal year 2019 exceeded $1 billion for the first time in history. And every one of those dollars that comes in is a multiplier, serving with tremendous economic impact on the community that we serve, and also leading to outcomes that represent cures, commercialization opportunities, and other innovations that benefit the entire state of Minnesota and beyond. I also want to note that all of this productivity occurs amidst our receiving on Wednesday news that our Human Research Protection Program received full reaccreditation from AAHRPP. How's that for an acronym? Which is the accrediting body that oversees that type and that portion of our research enterprise. I want to give a shout out to the board student representative, student we all know, Laura DeMuth from the University of Minnesota Crookston, for being selected for the prestigious George Washington Carver internship program by the World Food Prize Foundation. And another shout out to a focus group of Rochester undergraduate students who are using the pandemic as a case study to share their learning experiences. They've already reported gains in adaptability, prioritization, and time management. So that's the silver lining out there. And lastly, I do not think we can conclude my report without giving a shout out to all of the University of Minnesota ZACs out there, the nearly 300 of you who formed a ZAC supergroup as a unique way to connect during these challenging times. And as the parent of college-age students, I will say half of my son's friends are named Zach, and I hope that they are in your group. It is so fun to see our students really thinking outside the box and making these times fun, despite the strong temptation to do otherwise. We're really looking forward to a post-COVID photo op when we can all be together in person. I will be deeply offended if I'm not invited to join you. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very, very much, President Gable. I will be very, very brief with my report, and just to highlight a few of our items today. We have a number of important topics, including a discussion of a new version of the University Progress Card. What we call our maroon and gold metrics. These are the accountability metrics that will accompany the new system-wide strategic plan, which the board approved earlier this year. This is really an important discussion. It'll be the first of 3 opportunities to review and discuss the new metrics. Our plan calls for formal review at the December meeting and then approval at the February meeting. But we'll also be reviewing a concept plan for the very exciting Biomade opportunity. We'll hear from President Gable and Vice President Chris Kramer on this initiative again later in the meeting. For now, I just will only say that if we are awarded this grant, it would be a very significant opportunity for the University of Minnesota. And of course, we will consider a proposal regarding Gopher sports programs. And I know this topic, of course, is of great interest. It's a very complicated situation with no easy answers. Finally, I want to acknowledge the recent uptick in crime adjacent to our campus, which the president mentioned. And I know I speak for the entire board when I say that health and safety of our students and the university community is paramount to this board and to university leadership. So I want to thank President Gable for leading the charge to address these challenges. The steps being taken by UMPD are welcome, and together with the work of Dr. Alexander's review, will provide a path forward to a safer campus for the university community. So with that, I'll conclude my report and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is receive and file reports. I'll note that we do not have any receive and file items this month. And then move on to the consent report. Is there a motion to approve the consent report?
So moved.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments on the consent report? I see nothing here. In the boardroom itself, anyone with a hand raised? No, I don't see anything. Okay, moved and seconded. And seeing no questions or comments, Mr. Steves, I would ask you to call the roll.
On the consent report, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr. Regent Herr is absent. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Steves. The consent report is approved. Our next item is action on the resolution related to fundraising, the fundraising agreement between the University of Minnesota Foundation and mHealth Fairview. And as you'll recall, we had a formal review and discussion on this item at our September meeting. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve this resolution, and then we will have the opportunity for additional question and discussion. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
So moved. Thank you. A second?
Second.
Second. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded, and let's just see if we have any questions or comments on this resolution. Let me also just note that the Dean of the Medical School, Jacob Toller, Kathy Schmidlkoffer, President and CEO of UMF, and Jennifer Bishop, who's counsel to UMF, are in the meeting and can respond to questions. So I see Regent Rocha with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment and a request. At the last meeting, I had briefly talked about, concern about how this, what's the interplay here, and as in subsequent conversations I've explained, part of my concern is that, as a company commander of an armor company many years ago, our recruiter was given credit or started to have an opportunity to recruit for other units besides our own, and one of the challenges were they were able to secure recruits for other units and then met their quota, so to speak, and were not as effective then for recruiting for our own company. I know that's not a great analogy, but it's sort of how my thinking about this is framed. So I just want to ensure that this whole concept where, at one point in time in the past, we had a separate foundation for medical at the University of Minnesota. We brought it back in, and now we are kind of creating this sort of, kind of new configuration to try to reach these, to address this. There's just an interesting history to it. It's one I'm sensitive to, and I have had an opportunity to look at how this is set up and the legal review of it and so on. And I do understand and agree, and I've had a good conversation with President Gable on this about the fact that without this, we have a challenge in how people can express their appreciation for the service that they receive jointly between Fairview and the university through M Health. And so there's a wisdom to it, but there's also a risk to it. And but it's, I've been impressed that we do have have safeguards in place to address that. However, I would like, if we could, and I don't know what a reasonable amount of time is, but receive a report back from the foundation within a reasonable amount of time. I don't know if it needs to wait all the way till the next annual report, but just to give us an idea of how this is working and ensure that we continue to have this, obviously beyond critical resource of our foundation, having success, but also, continuing to make sure that the university is properly held within its priority. So thank you.
Regent Rocha, thank you for your comments and for that caution. President Schmidlkoffer, would you like to comment? I think the request is, down the road, a report on how it's going. And would you like to respond on that?
Thank you, Chair Powell and Regent Rocha. I think that the request is very reasonable. Within the contracts, we do have safeguards where we will be meeting quarterly with both the Dean of the Medical School as well as the CEO of Fairview to report on progress. So very much can make sure that progress reports are coming to the Board of Regents as well.
All right, thank you. Thank you, President Schmidlkoffer. Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The privilege of serving as a trustee on the University of Minnesota Foundation. I've really watched the collaborative and sensitive way in which this undertaking has occurred. It's really another meaningful step in strengthening this partnership with our strategic friend, Fairview, and in a way it unifies our efforts in the philanthropic area in the same way that we're doing it in clinical care and in administering this whole joint enterprise. So hats off to all the folks at the foundation and at Fairview make this important step realized.
Thank you, Regent Beeson, for that comment. I don't see any other hands raised on my screen, so I will ask Mr. Steves to call the roll on this resolution.
On the resolution related to the fundraising agreement between UMF and Fairview, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr. Regent Herr is absent. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, 11-0. That resolution is approved. Thank you. That brings us to item 8, a discussion of the university progress card. And I'm excited to begin this discussion, as are, I know, many of my colleagues on the board. Not many of us were on the board in 2015 when the progress card was first put into place, but it really has been an invaluable tool for this board. And really, the progress card has been essential to tracking our most important successes. But like anything else, how we measure success can change over time. And in the past 5 years, we've significantly strengthened our performance on many of the metrics on the card. But with a new president and a recently approved system-wide strategic plan, this is the optimal time to reevaluate our measures and to put in place some new ones. So today we'll begin a discussion with President Gable. She'll outline her preliminary thinking and she wants our feedback before she presents sort of the finalized version or a more refined version of the progress card for our formal review at our December meeting. And then aligning with approval of the university's performance and accountability report, we'll consider action on the new progress card at our February 2021 meeting. So I look forward to a great discussion on this topic. And President Gable, will you please walk us through how you're thinking about this?
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, members of the board. Next slide, please. At the June meeting, the board approved the university's first system-wide strategic plan. This has been our timeline all along. We did have a couple of 30-day delays here and there by virtue of the pandemic, but here we are, essentially on schedule with the plan approved. Went through 3 phases of planning, lots of consultation with you and other constituents, faculty, staff, and students, of course, as well as alumni, partners in the state legislature, our corporate partners, and around those loops multiple times. Next slide, please. Members of the board, the draft vision that we bring before you, excuse me, is that we are anchored in our inspiration that is provided by the amazing state that we live and work in. And this MPACT 2025 plan reflects our commitment to world-class research, teaching, and service undertaken in the spirit of the university's land-grant mission to equitably create access and innovation at home and with global impact. This plan is specific, it's measurable, but it's also adaptable to changing circumstances. I do want to remind you, as we do start to get into the details of how we will measure it, though, that it is not a detailed playbook that provides an answer to every question or anticipates everything that may come along. But I think you'll find it surprisingly inclusive of the questions that we are most likely to face for the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. Now we're in the metrics phase. We're moving into that part of our planning. So I want to start with a little bit of stock taking on how we propose to map our story, what it means to tell our story, use the plan to have that, what my business school colleagues would call brand architecture, how we inspire our community so that they push themselves to be the best they can absolutely be, and also how we create accountability, not as a weapon, but as a transparent understanding of whether we are progressing, whether we're doing what we say we're going to do, and whether we're achieving what we hope to achieve. So next slide, please. So we'll start with the University of Minnesota Progress Card. And as Chair Powell said, and with thanks to Regent Beeson and others who took the leadership in developing that Progress Card, including President Kaler, it was really an innovation, not only for this campus, but at that time in higher education that inspired many of us who were at the time serving on other campuses to think about this balance between storytelling, inspiration, and accountability. The current Progress Card that we call the maroon and gold measures is made up of 37 different discrete measures that drive university performance, support oversight of specific obligations or aspirations that have been set by the board in partnership with the administration. And in particular, the maroon and gold measures represent data sources that are either well understood and agreed upon, or trends, and looks to measure those data sources and trends against targets that the board and administration have set. At the July board retreat, we reviewed the idea of a progress card and gauging those universities' 2-year progress around those measures, gave you an update on where we were currently, and noted for you that those results were very positive. There are a few remaining areas for improvement, but if you look in Appendix A of your docket, you'll see a really detailed overview of the current progress card status. That was a really important innovation at that time, but with a new strategic plan and the passage of a few years, it's, I think, appropriate for us to think about where we want to be now, how the current maroon and gold measures continue, some of them being essentially timeless, due diligence measures, or continuing areas of inspiration, still very much a part of our story, or are there areas that are new for us that we want to make sure we begin to measure? So we undertook a pretty traditional gap analysis to ascertain which of the current maroon and gold measures had been completed or met, which were exceeding their goals and perhaps needed to be updated, which ones were trending positively or negatively, and also which ones aligned with the current strategic plan. And then we also asked ourselves what measures we might want to add in light of the work that we're doing today and the work we expect to do. So key stakeholders across the university took this construct and recommended a refreshed set of 34 maroon and gold measures. This is the first thing that I want to go over with you today. It's essentially the first phase is to look at this draft updated set of maroon and gold measures. It is for discussion. We expect obviously to discuss it today. We will loop it through our campus community and community partners in the same way we did through each phase of the strategic planning process before we bring it back to you for approval. We have already made available a link on our website and announced the availability of that link via email to multiple constituencies to start to provide feedback. Next slide, please. So as you'll see across the following 5 slides that I'll walk through with you, we highlight the 5 commitment areas of Impact 2025. The proposed measures are color-coded to reflect whether they're aligned to a current maroon and gold measure or whether they are a new measure, and new measures will be indicated in light blue. The first set of measures relate to our commitment to student success. Over half of these measures are new, such as establishing the mental health initiative, our system enrollment strategy, which of course we've been working on for a long time, but was not part of the maroon and gold measures. But there are several things that we're retaining, like 4-year and 6-year graduation rates that we propose should stay on our progress card. Just give you a minute to look at that. Next slide, please. Second set of measures relate to our commitment to discovery, innovation, and impact. Again, several of these measures are new, such as increasing undergraduate research opportunities, looking at career outcomes for graduate and postdoc students. But there are several measures that are carryovers that I expect we'll be measuring for forever, like research expenditures, which I will remind you passed $1 billion last year for the first time ever. Just give that a moment for review. Next slide, please. The third set of measures relate to mentor sections. Now, this one is very interesting because, as you know, this is the way in which we're capturing in the strategic plan that this plan is specific to the University of Minnesota. How are we finding the intersection between the unique, robust challenges and opportunities of this state that we as a university system are able to answer or amplify or mitigate at world-class levels? So with the exception of the medical school ranking, which was already in the maroon and gold measures, everything is new. And we are capturing here how we're increasing medtech, how we're incentivizing and focusing on food and ag, commercialization and research, patents, and establishing campus climate plans. And in this context, we mean climate in terms of the air we breathe and the water we drink and the soil we toil, rather than campus climate in terms of equity and inclusion, which we will talk about later, and working to advance and be a part of the global sustainable development goals that have emerged. Go to the next slide, please. The fourth set of measures relate to community and belonging. We continue to rely upon our SERU survey, which is a current measure, but otherwise the measures are new, from increasing representation among students, faculty, and staff, and looking very closely at job satisfaction. For job satisfaction, we would use the same engagement survey that we have used before, but rather than counting participation in the survey, we would count some of the results from that survey. So that's a new measure, but only in many senses an edit of a previous measure. And then lastly, the fifth set of measures relate to our commitment to fiscal stewardship. So we carry over our, next slide, please. We carry over our expectation, of reducing student debt. Other measures are new, like creating access tuition-free for some of our most financially challenged families, addressing administrative overhead, and others. Next slide, please. Collectively, the update to the maroon and gold measure is a big outcome. It's important, it's time. We have a new strategic plan. It's been a few years. So the idea that we would update the maroon and gold measures is something that we've discussed consistently throughout the strategic planning process. But we also want to think even more specifically about how we use the fact that we measure ourselves to accomplish the goals of the strategic plan. How do we, at the highest level, in a very consumable and digestible way, show that we are fulfilling our commitments? How do we explain to anyone who would want to know immediately that we are promoting student success, that we are a research powerhouse, that we are equitable, diverse, and inclusive, that we serve the state and impact the world, and that we are responsible with our resources? So to this end, we have added a dashboard. The dashboard would be 12 to 15 of the maroon and gold measures, covering the specifics at the highest level that communicate how we're fulfilling the commitments, how we represent our mission and values, how we show that we do the things that we say we're doing, or we are in progress, proceeding towards making the journey towards fulfilling our commitments. Ultimately, the dashboard is an executive summary, in a manner of speaking, told visually, of who we are as an institution and what we aspire to be. Next slide, please. For example, under student success, we would highlight enrollment, graduation rates, and placement. Under discovery, innovation, and impact or research, we would highlight research expenditures and our national ranking. Under mentor sections, we would highlight medical funding and innovation, advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and then ag tech patents and startups. Under community and belonging, we would highlight representation, climate, and job satisfaction. And under fiscal stewardship, we would highlight OpEx, increased funding to students who need it most, and lowering student debt. Next slide, please. So members of the board, the dashboard is obviously not everything that we measure. That is, for the board's purposes, in the maroon and gold new scorecard. The maroon and gold scorecard is not everything that we measure. There is a whole operational layer within the institution administratively that each office does, that each dean does, that each chancellor does, that feeds up. But in terms of oversight of the strategic plan, the intention is that the maroon and gold measures are the bridge between the operations of the university and the board and their oversight of our work towards accomplishing the strategic plan. And then the dashboard becomes our outward facing storytelling for our broad community and constituents who would want to see how things are going without having to get into the level of discrete weeds, if you will, that the board would be in, or even further down. These tools provide some focus for us. They allow us to highlight how progress on the strategic plan aligns with the board's annual goals, which is a process that we still undertake. Appendix B in your docket provides a more detailed summary of these proposed measures across the strategic plan. It gives us the infrastructure to show how all of the different unit level plans will feed up. We will be starting to present those plans to you, scheduling with the board office when you'll start to hear from the chancellors, and if you so desire, from the deans on the work that they're doing in their own strategic planning. Members of the board, in closing, we really look forward to your feedback today about how the proposed measures in the refreshed progress card meet your needs to oversee progress on the strategic plan, what you think of adding as a new tool, a dashboard, and just overall your thoughts on how all this comes together as we implement and start to execute on our first ever system-wide strategic plan. We will use that feedback in our broad community consultation and of course incorporate it into whatever comes back to you, both for your action next time we bring it forward and for the university's annual accountability report. So Mr. Chair, with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Gable. We'll turn to discussion now. Before we do that, let me just ask a clarifying question. And then President Gable, I think what I'd like from you is maybe some guidance on how we want to do this discussion. But the first, just to clarify, at the operating, we start with a set of as you said, a pretty comprehensive set of operational goals, which we all saw in our material, and there are many of those. Those in turn roll up to the maroon and gold metrics, of which there are 34. And then of the 34, there's finally a final, if you will, subset, which is the dashboard. So we're tracking that the right way. Are the operational metrics, of which there are many, is that an addition to kind of the accountability processes? I wasn't aware that we had that depth of metrics during the last rendition.
Thank you, Chair Powell. We have, as an institution and in the management of the institution, different vice presidents, deans, chancellors measure themselves against their own goals, but having this be organized into the implementation and execution on a system-wide strategic plan is new, that we would wrangle them, if you will, in this way. Okay, thank you. The other question for you, President Gable, is I do see a number of hands coming up, but it may be that it will be helpful to the discussion if we go back to the 5 pages that chart the metrics by each strategic priority, so that people can be reminded of what's in and what's out and what's new and what's existing. So I'll leave that to you. But there are plenty of hands up now, and I will start with Regent Simonson.
Thank you, Chair Paul. Thank you, President Gable. I really like looking at those operational goals and so on and so forth and what you presented there. Just a couple of comments and maybe one question. When I look at the marine and gold, what you presented here, and you mentioned the strategic plan. When I look at a strategic plan, I look at this as part of the strategic plan and those goals underneath that. Is that correct? Is it? It's part of the strategic plan. When we lay out a business strategic plan, we lay it out over a period of years. We review it regularly. We have objectives and make changes accordingly. That's how you're operating this. That's my first. Then I have another comment.
Yeah, President Gable.
Chair Powell, Regent Simonson, yes. And so in your materials, you'll see that we show how these metrics tie to the action items, goals, and commitments of the strategic plan. The commitments being the 30,000-foot view, and now we're down into what we do all day, every day, and reporting it to ourselves, to each other, and then ultimately back to you.
Yep, I appreciate that. And then on the commercialization, you talked about our increase in the med tech side of it, and then I think you added ag tech. Why would we just broaden that out? Have anything, have animal health, poultry health, anything that falls into that commercial? Just those 2 items.
Thank you, Regent Simonson. So the idea is that the strategic plan and then the resulting ways in which we would measure the strategic plan are not necessarily and really can't be a wide net. They're intended to sort of sit as an umbrella and capture a lot of discrete areas underneath. But that's exactly what we want to talk about today. If we're not phrasing it in a way, we're trying to capture the things that are proxies for the bigger effort. It's not that those other things don't happen or aren't important, but what are the key things that show that the commitments are being fulfilled that you can't even do unless you're doing all the other things underneath in addition to. So, I mean, there may be ways that we need to phrase it better to capture more broadly what you're describing, but it's never going to capture everything. And what we're trying to do is strike that balance.
Thank you.
If I could just thank you, Regent Simonson and President Gable, please jump in. But as I looked at that one, I thought that those were the priorities that we, having said that, look, we're a broad research enterprise and there's a lot going on here, but those items were the ones that we had said were priorities for us, for state-based reasons. MedTech's a huge industry, agriculture is a huge industry. And so we selected those for that reason. And President Gable, I don't know if you agree with that, but that's how I process that.
Yes, Chair Powell and Regent Simonson, the selection, very importantly, not intended to exclude anything, but to highlight the things that align with what was emphasized in this case under intersections of the strategic plan.
Okay, thank you. Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I think I I think this is a pretty good start. I would recommend removing anything that we're failing at off the bat. That was a joke. The one thing I want to focus on is the ACT scores. I think we provide way too much emphasis on that, but my main concern, as everybody knows, is about test optional. And I think we should adopt test optional long term, which wouldn't really affect the fact that we have it on here, although the ACT score would be likely to increase. The average would likely increase if we adopt a test optional plan. So the other thing is as was suggested many years ago when we first put this into place, we should do what the industry actually does. Industry doesn't really look at the average as much as it looks at the bottom 25% and the upper 75%. So I would just suggest that maybe we consider thinking about using that measure instead of an average.
And Regent Hsu, excuse me, this comment is with respect to ACT scores?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
So it's just the way the industry typically looks at it is they look at the bottom 25 and the upper 75 percentile, and not so much at the average. And it's just another way of looking at it. But I think that's just a better way to compare our numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hsu. Regent Mayron.
Thank you. First of all, let me answer one of the questions that you asked President Gable, and that is, what do we think about the dashboard? And I think the dashboard is an excellent tool, and I would hope that we would include that in how we're going to measure our continued progress against the strategic plan. So I'm all in favor of that. My question has to do with Appendix B, some of the slides there, and in particular with new measures that we are proposing. And maybe I could use by way of example, this is on our materials deck. It was page 63. It's page 15, I believe, of the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation or the slide deck. So I don't know if it can be pulled up. What I'm focusing on is, this is under commitment for community and belonging, and we've got 3 new measures under that: recruiting diverse students and faculty and staff, retaining diverse students, faculty and staff, reduce disparities among unrepresented groups. And under the measure, we talk about increase year-to-year representation, increase over year retention rates, or increase achievement gap and tenure success rate. And my question is it possible to get more specific so that it's one thing to say increase, that could be one, but to get more specific so that we will know we truly are making progress if we're not, where we need to attend to it. And is it in later new measures, we talk about doing certain things, but we don't put a date by which it occurred. So what you're hearing me say is, I think if we are measuring and making us accountable for these actions is so critical, but if we don't state what those measurements are, we really won't know if we've accomplished them or whether we have more work to do. So my question is, can we get more specific? And if we can't, because right now some of them are worded very broadly, is there a reason why we can't?
Thank you, Regent Mayron. President Gable, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell. Regent Mayron. So the answer is, it depends. So that's what it depends on. One is that some things are just directional, right? So what you want is things to improve year over year. So I'll give an example. If we were to pull the question that we have measured for many years from the CERU survey around campus climate, what we want to see is campus climate improving year over year. Setting a line on something or a hard measure on something so inherently subjective will make you run to that measure rather than working more holistically. So a lot of what we do is squishy. Forgive the rather non-technical term. And what you look for in those cases is year over year improvement. Some things are binary, which is we will launch a mental health initiative, and that's going to be a yes, no, it's going to get launched or it's not. And we can set a deadline for that. And then some things have targets, and I'll use ACTs, even though I know we're going to be talking about ACT scores probably a lot over the next couple of years, but just because it's so inherently objective that if you say you want to include ACT scores in a measure, it's generally going to be we would have it at this level or get to this level by a certain date. You see that with things like retention rates, ACT scores, graduation rates that are very objective. In the past, under President Kaler's administration with the maroon and gold measures that Rick took leadership on, what Regent Beeson took leadership on, we broke the measures and color coded them, where one group were the hard targets and one group were the trends, and they were color coded that way. We didn't break them down that way this time because we want to break them down by the commitments, and the commitments have both underneath. But as we go through the consultation process, the ones that can firm up will, and when we bring them forward, that's how they would start to look.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question, Chair Powell.
Yes, please.
All right. So when I look at, I appreciate what you're saying, and that helps me. And you use the word squishy, I use the word mushy. So, and my mother always talks about it depends. So I'm familiar with all of these terms. When I look at the under the commitment 5, again, I'm on Appendix B, the fiscal stewardship. The action item is develop a leading edge tuition and pricing model. And there's one where it's binary, it apparently develop model, yes or no. And I think you're going to hear yes. And the question is there a reason we can't state by such and such a date? That is one that I think that we need to personally make a commitment by which we will say by X date, we're going to have a proposed, or at least be talking about a new model or a model to address this.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, that's, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Regent Mayron. Regent Beeson.
Regent Beeson, I believe you're muted.
Thank you, Director Steves. Thank you, President Gable. This is an impressive start. You're moving expeditiously, so we're going to have work in front of us pretty quickly to react to. The premise behind this is really that goals drive behaviors and they drive results. We're trying to inculcate the institution with, and not that it hasn't had it in many ways, but a culture of measuring progress and goal attainment where possible. Some things can't be measured and we shouldn't try to do that, but so often they can be, and I think we should work that. It is an art, not a science, so it's not perfect. And as I look back at those original goals, we overestimate and underestimate, and that's going to happen, but just we want to do the best that we can. So the benefit is both to the board and management. So the board, it's a great tool to guide performance reviews and to know where the institution is. When I joined the board, I kept saying, how do I know if we're having impact? There's just so much going on. There's so much activity and action. It's an effort to sort of boil down the most important goals, and it's a discipline for us. For management, it allows them to look at the multiple priorities they're given. Everything's a priority. And I was impressed with how often they refer to the goals during the course of the last 5 years as a way to sort of work to take their work and place it into their annual work plan. So I think the approach, some comments, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, please. Yeah.
We really want to limit this in terms of the number of goals. We could actually, I think the last time we did it, there were too many goals, create some confusion, so we can limit it. We did not increase it. Second, 5-year goals are important. This is not an annual work program. They need the runway to be able to take these projects on. In 5 years, they should be able to make progress. Third, it does align with strategic plan. And this is really much, we have this opportunity now that we didn't have 5 years ago. We didn't have a system-wide strategic plan. So we were pulling stuff out of the air. And, but now, as the president has said, she's connecting the dots to the strategic plan and those priorities and those commitments. It does create a waterfall effect with the administrative goals that we never see or should see. But if we look as an example, the HR presentation last month, they refer to their metrics. See, that's part of the nomenclature we're trying to create, and they need to have, and they all should be lined up, rolling up to these maroon and gold measures. I will say, as we go into the detail around the goals, there should be tension between the administration and the board. We need to push the administration. We don't want layups, and it's perfectly natural to push and negotiate what those goals are. Initially, it couldn't be that which we have to adapt, and they stretch goals are really sort of the focus. We do need to see these together at some point, because as we look at one goal and seeing it in one place helps us relatively compare and adjust as we go forward. And then finally, the dashboard, I think, idea is important. One way the dashboard would be to have that in front of us in our board packet every month, so it's a reminder. Otherwise, it ends up in that sort of a virtual credenza, and we don't see it. So having it, we're one of the intended targets for the dashboard, so we should have it in front of us frequently. But this is a really strong and fast start, and I think we'll have something that's better and improved, and thank everybody who's put the effort in so far.
Thanks. Thank you, Regent Beeson. President Gable, do you want to, I mean, those were very good comments and suggestions. I don't know if there's anything in particular that you want to respond to, or?
No, Chair Powell, Regent Beeson, just thank you, and I agree.
All right, thank you. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And by way of consistency, I'll raise a question that I've had in the past, or take a position that I've had in the past. And when we focus, there are a couple of these metrics. By the way, I think this is fantastic. We were just coming on as Regent Beeson was, I think, bringing this to fruition, and to see the President Gable and her team, embracing it and really working on it, I think is a very positive step. There are a couple of these that I think do have implications because we're a system. And so sometimes when you aggregate data like this, it can be a little bit misleading. And I would focus on, in specific, the line about serving Minnesota students. We have aggregated that, but it's, going back to Regent Beeson's comment a moment ago, that this is information that, we're the intended target, and I think that's absolutely right. Although we can certainly take this data and help tell the university story outside of the university as well. But measuring serving Minnesota students across the system is really a very different. It's much less useful than really looking at it by campus, particularly the Twin Cities. As we just had a conversation yesterday about funding, we've got serious significant differences between the campuses, and the other campuses don't have the same sort of demands, rejection rate, if you will, that the Twin Cities campus has. And so when you talk about Minnesota students, they're not being denied access in near the same capacity at the system campuses as they are at the Twin Cities campus. So that measurement, as related to the number of Minnesota students who have access to the Twin Cities campus, I think is really the relevant data. And it raises another question. I mean, there are actually quite a few of these things, and do we have kind of a similar way of assessing the system campuses on kind of these same metrics, or I should say all the campuses, would have kind of their own presentations, because so much of this data is overwhelmingly driven by the Twin Cities numbers and budget. But from my desire, my request would be that as we talk about serving Minnesota students, that that it would actually break it out on a per campus basis. I know it makes it a longer document, but either that, if it's not a matter of adding all the campuses, just simply having a single breakout for where the Twin Cities campus is, I think that's the relevant data, and that's where we find the greatest challenge with demand. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. President Gable, any response?
Thank you. So yes, Chair Powell, Regent Rocha. So there are a couple of ways that we can think about this for this and other suggested edits that are sort of, I was going to say blue pencil, but only a few of us know what I mean by that, but that are edits to the way in which we want to do this. So things that, this is one of the sort of interesting constructs around having a system-wide strategic plan, is the difference between the system plan and then each campus's plan. And the lines between the system plan and the Twin Cities campus and what the Twin Cities campus would do, it's kind of blurry. We've talked about this when we've done the Twin Cities consultation as compared to the consultation we've done on each of the campuses. The expectation is that each chancellor would have a separate plan that they would show feeds up to the system plan. Is that expectation in place for the Twin Cities campus? And I think that's a question that we will eventually answer just in practice as much as in actually writing out a separate document. It somewhat come together because the budget and size of the Twin Cities campus in so many ways, filter into any measure that we would undertake as a system. My recommendation would be that in moments like this, because the ACT school, let's just use that as the proxy, knowing that there's additional discussion to have about that measure at some point in the relatively new future, was a Twin Cities goal. I would recommend that where things are Twin Cities specific, we simply designate it as such. I would then expect the chancellors to have their own version of that goal that they would report in their overlay when they give their executive summary of how what the work they're doing is feeds up. It may not be in the maroon and gold measures, but it would be in our administrative operational assessment of whether things are happening in the way they should. The only thing that I'll say in response to the specific measure that Regent Rocha mentions is when we say serving Minnesota students, we don't necessarily, serving is not the same as admitting. We didn't make a commitment in the strategic plan or set a goal to admit. Now that is one of the ways we serve, is if they matriculate as our student, but and counting the admissions class and looking at how many of our students are Minnesotan is part of it, but it's not the only way. And so thinking about whether we need to edit the strategic plan, if that's the collective desire of the board to change the word serving to admitting, that's what I think would need to happen in order to do exactly what Regent Rocha is saying. We could get at the spirit of what Regent Rocha is saying, in my opinion, in the way I described previously, with a asterisk next to the goal representing the Twin Cities, and then knowing that each chancellor would also report their campus's achievement along the same line.
Thanks, President Gable. Regent Rocha, does that start to get at it for you?
It really does. That's a great answer. I appreciate it. I do think it's a really important metric, both in terms of our mission, on the admission side, as you just described, admission, the number of students that are admitted as students and have access to education here, both in terms of our original and current mission, and in terms of our ability to attract public and state support for the university. I think those are both very important, but that's a great answer, and I look forward to that continuing dialogue. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and President Gable. Thank you for the presentation, and especially for providing that crosswalk to the current measures, impact, and the new innovation measures. I have 3 input points I'd like to make. First, I remain concerned that 34 is a large number of measures, but I recognize that they are each significant and meaningful, so I'm okay with that. Second, I'm excited about how the new measures can demonstrate our distinctive impact to the state and nation and our innovative drive. And third, I like the dashboard presentation of progress. I think it's a good snapshot of progress, well organized around those key messages, which I think are reflective of our mission. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Davenport. Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Chair Powell, President Gable. I'm just going to echo a lot of the comments about the excellent work of this, and kudos also to those who were involved with the previous iterations of this. My question, it might be for the president, or it might be for maybe Regent Beeson or someone like that, and it's at how we determine and then update the goals, right? Some of them are more value-based and more broad, but something like the specific ACT number or ranking, or med school ranking and this and that. In the past, has the board taken that up as a resolution? Has it been an informal conversation at the retreat, or is that something that we look to the relevant administrators or deans and provost and whatnot to kind of help set those goals? So essentially, I mean, how do those numbers get to be those specific goal numbers?
President Gable.
So I can't speak to how it happened in the past. I know that the administration made an annual report on progress, but changing a metric, I would defer to Regent Beeson on how that's been done historically, or others who were in service before my time. My expectation is that this is more of a retreat topic than a resolution, because we're not required by any policy to have this card, that this is something we create for our own, almost like the annual goals that are done by contribution and process. But I mean, we're doing this for you, so we can develop the structure for how we would update or change it according to your collective wisdom.
Mr. Chair.
Regent Beeson.
Thank you. If this is what you're driving at, Regent Kenyanya, they're not meant to be changed. The goals, whether we're making progress against them or not, they're meant to be set for a 5-year period. That doesn't mean the board can't change those, but I mean, there are goals that we didn't make any material progress on at all, but it's a reminder that we still had work to do, and we do take those up annually, but they're not meant to be sort of a moving target as we, unless there's just a complete change in priorities or circumstances, and then we can do that.
Regent Kenyanya, is this back and forth helpful?
It's helpful. Just one follow-up comment or question. That's helpful both from President and Regent Beeson. And President Gable, you're saying exactly what I thought, that it's very similar to those retreat annual goals that the board establishes for itself. And Regent Beeson, I agree that obviously you don't want to change those continually, but as we've just come up with a system-wide strategic plan, I guess we've talked about a lot of this stuff, but I've never heard any specific numbers, right? So my question, I'm trying to figure out how our conversations at the retreat and here at the board table and other avenues become a specific number. Is that something in the past, Regent Beeson, that the board said, yep, 28 is the number we have determined as a board, or how does that come to be? Or do we set an aspiration that we'd like to see it rise and then look to the administration to say that 28 is the number we're going to go with?
Regent, a quick response from you, and then I want to hand it back to the president.
Thank you. Thank you. 5 years ago, we agreed on the goals, and we had the administration begin with what they would feel the numbers would be, the detail, and we reacted to that. And I think that's a good way. Let the administration take the first shot at setting the goals, the specific numbers and percentages and such, and then we react to negotiate it, publicly.
Thank you, Regent Beeson. President Gable, comment?
Thank you, Chair Powell. I was expecting to do it the way that Regent Beeson described.
All right, thank you. So I don't see any other hands raised on the screen.
Chair?
Yes.
Regent McMillan would like to be recognized.
Very good. Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell. And I have a comment that may be a question, but I think the fact that I can even ask it is a testament to the quality of the work that's been done here. And I don't expect President Gable to answer this, but it gets very close to some of the comments that Regent Beeson and Regent Rocha made, and that Regent Mayron and a couple others have teased out here as well as we've gone through this dialogue. So let me ask the specific, and I hope it highlights a general point. So as I look at, and I'm going to use the page numbers here, page 63, and how that translates into pages 77 and 78. Obviously, we've got two big bodies of work here. And I'm going to use as my example, natural resource-based research. And while that appears in 63, it doesn't appear specifically in 77 or 78. And I don't want you to give me a response specific to natural resources, but I'm really curious and really interested in how are we going to make sure that translation occurs, and that what ends up in the more general 77, 78, or I guess slides 7 and 8 on yours, could gather the richness of what I know is intended, so that when we have Minnesota focused research, we're looking at trees, we're looking at wetlands and water, we're looking at fish, animals, invasive species, minerals, plants, all those things that matter to Minnesota. And I see MinDrive and stuff on the earlier slides. I know there's things in there, but I want to be sure when we get to, really hammering out what slide 7 and 8 or 77 and 78 pages look like, that some of that Minnesota specific stuff that's so important to us delivering on what our constituency expects, and especially in the research arena, but you could argue the same thing in the workforce development or education side of the equation. Now, I just want to be sure that shows up, mindful of the fact, like Regent Beeson said, that we don't develop 77 goals, because that will wreck everything. So I don't know if you have any reaction to that, or just know that that's a high priority of mine, that we make that translation from narrow to general without losing some of the specificity that matters to Minnesota.
Thank you, Regent McMillan. President Gable.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Powell. Regent McMillan, yeah, that was the biggest, frankly, risk in having intersections in there at all, is that there's so much, right? I mean, it's an embarrassment of excess, because the state is so robust in these uniquely nuanced, faceted opportunities that it creates, that we think as a system we're in the best position to contribute to in whatever ways needed, solving, improving, advancing. And the intention with intersections, especially with that list that you just articulated, is that it's captured in the way we broke it down. If we find that it's, and how to strike that balance between, and in essence, this is a version of the question that Regent Simonson asked earlier when he asked about the umbrella under which we would describe ag, which would include animal health, but that's not stated here. So the hope is that by picking the right umbrella, that the pieces that make that umbrella cover what it's supposed to cover, or that go under that type of umbrella for the people actually doing the work, are clear, because you can't have the higher level measure if the underlying measures aren't also high and effective, functional, successful. And that each layer of the organization then is planning their incentives and assessing accordingly. We should see gaps in the high level measure if the underlying measures go out of whack, the way we've set it up. But if we don't, that's exactly the rare circumstance that I think Rick and that Regent Beeson and Regent Kenyanya were referring to, of where we might be willing to edit, is where we see that we're not creating the right incentives, the right transparency, the right accountability.
Chair Powell, super quick follow-up.
Yes, please.
Thank you, President Gable. That's a great answer, and addresses exactly what I'm concerned about. And I just want to reiterate, I would never have expected to see the amount of work done to enable me to even ask that question at this stage of the game. So really something. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from people in the boardroom? And I see no other raised hands. So then I'll just conclude with my own brief comment. First of all, really impressed with the progress and particularly impressed with the operating metrics that have been developed to support this framework. I think that's a really great add, and it's really important. So that's very good. As we think about our next meeting, which will be a formal review of this, I'll offer my point of view, which is that pages 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, which detail the proposed maroon and gold measures and show ones that we're retaining and ones that we're adding. I think those really are the key pages for us. And as we discuss this the next time, as a board, we have to be, in agreement that, these are the right measures. And so I would hope next time that we maybe discuss, each of these in a little more detail, and that we can conclude that comfortable that we've got the right measures. And then I very much align with comments that a number of regents have made that, these, the actual measure is critical, and, these have to be 5-year continuous improvement kind of goals. And, that might be challenging for the president and her team on some of these to come up with those, but I think that is, we'll need to see that at our next review of this information. So President Gable, I don't know if you have any closing comments, but if you do, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Powell. We'll take all this in. We will do community consultation. For anybody listening, the link is open on the President's website to provide your own feedback, which we greatly appreciate. And we will edit accordingly and come back to you with more.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on now to item 9, which was recently added to our agenda. It is before us for review and action today. And what we will take action on is the conceptual framework of the collaboration that is being proposed. If we are actually awarded this grant, the university will reach detailed terms and agreements before it comes to the board for final approval. So Vice President for Research Chris Kramer and Valerie Forbes, the Dean of the College of Biological Sciences on the Twin Cities campus, are here to present this item. And before I turn it over to them, President Gable, please would you provide an introduction for us?
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, members of the board. I'm really excited to introduce to you an important potential public-private research collaboration between the university, the Biomade Institute, and several private companies and federal or U.S. academic institutions under the auspices of the federal government. Earlier this year, the U.S. Department of Defense solicited proposals from nonprofit entities to design and operate, in cooperation with the department, a state-of-the-art, end-to-end sustainable bioindustrial manufacturing innovation institute, focusing on bioindustrial manufacturing technology. The federal government has proposed to provide no less than $87 million over 5 years to support the project. Biomade submitted its proposal to the Department of Defense in July, including its intention to site the project at the university and specifically on the St. Paul campus. We don't know when the federal government will decide or announce its decision, but we anticipate an announcement in October based on signals and information that we received in an August visit. So these projects are complex. There are many parties involved and many moving parts. So timing is challenging and interesting. So we want to bring this before you now so that we can open the discussion and build upon the information we've previously provided. Chris Kramer, Vice President for Research, and Valerie Forbes, Dean of the College of Biological Sciences, are here to discuss this incredibly exciting potential agreement in more detail, as well as the resolution before you for your consideration. So at this time, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to them.
All right, Vice President Kramer and Dean Forbes, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell. I'm going to begin this presentation, and then my colleague Dean Forbes is going to pick it up. I'm trying to think of words that go beyond exciting, which the president used, because I think what I would say is in my almost 30 years at the University of Minnesota, I'm not sure I've seen something I'm more excited about than this opportunity. we should get a crash course maybe to begin, although I think Dean Forbes can give you more scholarly expertise of just what exactly is biomanufacturing, for example. Manufacturing, I think everyone understands, that's making something. Biomanufacturing tends to mean that you have engineered an organism in some way in order to make it for you. And that may align very well with a sustainability goal, for instance. If you can find a biological system that would make something you might otherwise have to take from a non-renewable resource, then this is a terrifically valuable contribution to sustainability, a key intersection. The actual biological organisms tend to be things like bacteria and yeast, wouldn't have to be, but again, I'm going to defer to the Dean of our College Biological Sciences, but I want to give you a feel for what that is. And then let me tell you what a Manufacturing Innovation Institute is. And so beginning in 2012, the United States government recognized that there were certain key technical areas, technological areas, where we wanted to maintain strength as a nation in our ability to do manufacturing in competition with a world that has substantial competition. And so to date, since that initiation in 2012, there have been 15 of the public-private partnerships launched. And they are public-private in the sense that the federal government makes the award to some sort of entity. It works closely with those entities in a cooperative award sense. So the program manager is actually very involved almost on a day-to-day basis in some of the decisions they make. And the idea is that this will support academia, industry, working together to develop research protocols, new technologies, and drive them all the way towards the marketplace where they really can be commercialized. There are 15 of these currently, as I mentioned, in place. 8 of them are Department of Defense, 6 come from the Department of Energy, and 1 is the Department of Commerce under NIST. The Biomade, which is the entity, it's the nonprofit corporation that was created to be the recipient of the Prime Award. So we're not talking about an award to the University of Minnesota, we're talking about an award to the entity called Biomade. But Biomade would be cited here, and it would actually be managed to some extent by the university, and I'll say more about that in a moment. To give you a feel for the scale of these operations, as was mentioned earlier, DoD is committing for 5 years, 87.5. Federal agencies don't make commitments past 5 years because that's as far out as they're supposed to be making projections. However, no MII to date has yet sunsetted. So the 2012 MII, that very first one, is continuing to operate. It's continuing to be funded by its prime award source, and they're continuing to show enormous activity. It's also important that these MIIs are founded with the expectation that they will in fact compete for funding from other agencies. So to the extent they're going to do fundamental research, they are able to write award proposals to NSF, to the Department of Energy, to any federal department that might be interested, or state for that matter, interested in this area, and then use those dollars to further the mission of the Institute. So if I could have the next slide, please. Just to give you a quick look at some of the different MIIs that are out there to date. These are the 15 that have been awarded. They're all over the country. Several of them are at other institutions of higher education. So NIMBLE, which is there on the lower right, that's located at the University of Delaware. SciMan II, which is sort of on the bottom and to the left. Actually at the University of Texas, San Antonio is where it's cited. Smart Manufacturing over at the left is UCLA. Some of them are not necessarily with universities, but they tend to have very strong ties. So the one in upper left, for instance, the flexible hybrid electronics, is in Silicon Valley and interacts extensively with Berkeley and Stanford. These kinds of relationships offer unique opportunities for a state, a region of the country, to build an ecosystem, and really that's the name that's in Biomade, an ecosystem that can really have transformational impacts from an economic perspective. And I think I would offer an example of Sematech. Some of you may have heard of Sematech. So in the 1980s, the United States government decided that there were barriers to chip technology, to innovations in making computer chips. And the issue was that the capitalization required in order to create a chip factory, if you will, is so large that that technology, the development needed to be de-risked along the way in order for companies to ultimately get to the level where they could make that kind of capital commitment. Actually, biomanufacturing is very much in the same boat these days. But Cemetech was founded in Austin, Texas, and it was a public-private partnership with different chip makers designed, in fact, to achieve that crossing of the Valley of Death, and really led to Austin becoming the center for high-tech innovation that it is today. Indeed, some of you will recall that the Army Futures Command, after looking closely at the Twin Cities, ultimately decided to site itself in Austin, Texas. And I think that is, to some extent, a legacy of the success that having an institute, called Cemetech then, but like this Biomanufacturing Institute, can really bring to a region. So if I could have the next slide, please. And this just shows you that valley of death, if you will, that I think many people are familiar with as one progresses in technology readiness levels from very early technology. That's over at the left on the axis of their public investment. Ultimately, of course, when you have profitable, finalized products, those earn corporate investment, but it is the manipulation, accumulation of material, the de-risking of process, and ultimately the development of executable processes that Biomade is designed to help bridge, working in partnership with companies, with private partners, as well as with universities. I see, by the way, that the little white circles I put over those funny colored arrows got moved when this slide transferred into the docket. So if you're puzzled about what the B and the T and so forth are down there, that is design, build, test, learn. So if you saw the full circles, the white is covering it. I'm sorry, that's the maker of slides. As an academic, I hate extraneous material on my slides, but that's the concept that I'm trying to describe to you. So if I could have the next slide. So Biomade's vision then is to build a sustainable domestic end-to-end bioindustrial manufacturing ecosystem. So it's serving the nation, it is bridging that valley of death, and it is enabling, you see in the mission there, the domestic bioindustrial manufacturing at all scales in order to enhance our competitiveness, to de-risk investments in relevant infrastructure, and expand. This is a critically important part, because everything I've said up till now is just sort of exciting from a technology research perspective, if you will. But there's much more that makes this critical from an academic perspective as well, and that is building a workforce in this area. So you can't have a new technology without the appropriately trained individuals who will make that technology successful. So a key component of Biomade's proposal to DoD includes training a workforce, developing that workforce, and realizing the economic promise that will derive from it. I personally am excited about this because, as you'll see in a moment, actually, why don't we just go to the next slide? Let's see it right now. So here are all the partners involved. As the president said, there are not just many moving parts, there is a veritable cornucopia of moving parts. So you will see our logo, of course, is biggest because we're most important right up there in the north, but a huge number of other schools. I guess I would call out on the East Coast, MIT, on the West Coast, Berkeley. But coming back to this issue of workforce I mentioned to you, particularly if you look down in the South, you'll see community colleges, Prairie View A&M University, Delgado. These are institutions that serve Hispanic populations, that may be historically Black colleges and universities. They've been engaged in this in order to ensure that the opportunities that will accrue as we grow this workforce will address the diverse population that's out there in the nation, and I think represents a fabulous recruiting opportunity for us into our graduate programs, because they're likely to come here to gain advanced training in this area if they've interfaced with it as undergraduates at those institutions. So that's an aspect maybe I'll let Dean Forbes speak more to as well. But almost every state, you see the states that we're touching in one way or another is lit up in green there. We've just got a tremendous amount of good partnership. If I could have the next slide. So what is Biomade? I told you it is a entity that is designed to receive the Prime Award. So it is structured as a 501c6 corporation. And 501c6s are like, that's what chambers of commerce are. They are nonprofits that are designed to promote common business interests. They are member driven, and they're a little more flexible than what people may be more typically familiar with 501c3s, which are public benefit. The distinction here is public benefit versus common business interest. There is a board of directors associated with Biomade. It has the fiduciary responsibilities that all boards do, in this case for the nonprofit, and it reviews its senior executives responsible for key business decisions, and establishes various charters associated with Biomade itself. It was formed out of another nonprofit called EBRC, the Engineering Biology Research Consortium. That is a 501c3. It is designed to promote the interests of all players that are interested in bioengineering. It actually grew out of an NSF-funded engineering research center from some 15 years ago. So those ERCs run about 10 years. You'll probably recall we just landed an ERC, the ATP Bio, Advanced Technology and Preservation of Biomaterials, which I'm excited about a lot of things today. But that's exactly what NSF wants to see, by the way, is that you have a sustainability after your initial funding as an engineering research center. So I think this is a beautiful example of how funding agency success and federal government investment success, that ERC led to a standalone 501c3 that's created Biomade, which is now super competitive for the DoD award. So as I told you in my memo in July, only 2 proposals were solicited by DoD. And I'll tell you why I'm awfully confident that we're going to be the selectee, and that is that the situation I described to you of there not being these sort of mid-level facilities because they're too expensive to build and invest in is exactly what we're addressing. Dean Forbes will go into a little more detail on that, but we're the only one of the 2 that has that infrastructure capability. And I attended the Bioeconomy Summit at the White House about a year ago that really led to this call for proposals coming out of DoD. And all the discussion I heard there was about how we needed these mid-scale facilities, how they would help us bridge this gap. And so I'm as optimistic as I can be. If I could go to the next slide, please. To give you a feel for how Biomade itself will operate, this is the wire diagram that's associated with the proposal to DoD. So I've already mentioned to you that Biomade has a board of directors. It also will have a chief executive officer who will be informed by a leadership council. And the leadership council is all the players that you saw on the map there, not all of them, but a selected number of them. So members from private industry, members from academia. And then there are a number of subordinate committees, if you will, also populated by the membership. And depending on the level at which you buy in as an industrial partner or as an academic partner, you may have a seat on one or more of these committees, either guaranteed or as part of a cohort. But in any case, they really dictate what's the roadmap that's going to be developed that's going to guide the technology for the next 5-10 years. How do we design training materials and educational materials that will build a workforce? And finally, of course, most important to us, so I've emphasized that DoD is putting in $87.5 million. The match commitments that have already been guaranteed as part of the proposal are over $150 million. That's coming from private industry, also from academia. So that's the amount of money available to Biomade, but what do they do with it? It doesn't get booked to us, it goes to Biomade. What they do with it, of course, is they farm out projects. So they become a funding agency of their own to some extent. So there's every likelihood that we will be receiving sub-awards to our faculty, our researchers, working in partnership with Biomade. And then, of course, there's just the great intellectual opportunities of having the institute sited here along with all of our researchers. If I could go to the next slide, please. So I don't want to dwell too long on really nitty-gritty details, but just to give you a feel for what these councils look like, how they are populated by industry and academia, the role the U.S. government is playing in these as it exercises its interest in the direction of the cooperative agreement. And I think I'll move on to the next slide if I could. And now tell you why we're really coming to the board. So what emerged since that late August site visit, as we engaged as a sub-award conversation with Biomade, which would be receiving the prime, is that, this is complicated. This is not something that the University of Minnesota has done before. And so particularly in conversation with the Office of General Counsel, it became clear that it was important that the board have an understanding and that we receive your wisdom and approval to move forward if an award is made to Biomade in negotiating agreements that would ultimately then be brought back to the board for final approval. And so I told you Biomade is an entity that was formed underneath the Engineering Biology Research Consortium. The key feature that makes it unusual, I guess I would say, within the space of the University of Minnesota is that the employees of Biomade will actually be employees of the University of Minnesota. That is, we would be managing the staff being paid for through Biomade funds as though they are our own staff. They would be within our HR framework. They would be within our finance framework. The day-to-day activities would be dictated by University of Minnesota policies. Now, there needs to be a quite clear delineation about how that gets done, because there are expectations from the federal government, for instance, of certain kinds of confidentiality associated with the work being done by Biomade. And we want to be absolutely certain that, given that these are University of Minnesota managed employees, and we're subject to things like the Minnesota Data Practices Act, that there be clear ability for us to satisfy our obligations to both the state in that statutory context, as well as to Biomade, to which we are a sub-awardee, ultimately to the Department of Defense. While I say it's a little complicated, I wouldn't want to sound as though it doesn't happen. I've already mentioned to you several other manufacturing innovation institutes around the country that are cited at universities. There are also national laboratories. A great example is Ames National Lab at Iowa State, just to the south of us. That is a Department of Energy national lab managed by Iowa State University. There's the Applied Research Lab at Penn State, which is also a government-funded entity managed by Penn State. These happen frequently. And so these, I guess, what I want to emphasize before I turn it over to Dean Forbes is, while there are going to be complexities, and I have enormous faith in our Office of General Counsel, as well as in my own staff and negotiate awards, that we can make this happen. But what I want to leave you with is that excitement that these kinds of things cited at institutions of higher education just have the opportunity to really move them to the next level. The reason that Berkeley has Berkeley labs associated with it, I shouldn't say the reason, but because they have Berkeley labs associated with it, lets them do so much more, lets their researchers interact with these laboratory institute, what have you, researchers. Ames Lab in Ames, Iowa State, gets so much value out of that, as does the state of Iowa. So I think the opportunities for Minnesota as a state are enormous. Every member of our congressional delegation sent a letter to Secretary of Defense Espy to emphasize their interest in this. The governor and the leadership of the Minnesota House and Senate also sent letters to the Secretary of Defense. I'm going to stop with my excitement so that my colleague Dean Forbes can give you some insights from the perspective of the College of Biological Sciences, which really launched the underpinnings for this proposal.
All right, Vice President Kramer, thank you very much for that very good overview. And Dean Forbes, we'd like to hear your remarks now.
Yes, thank you. Could we please go to the next slide? That's slide 11, please. Thank you. Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, members of the board. If you watched the video linked to your docket materials, which I hope that you did, you'll see why EBRC found the University of Minnesota to be a highly attractive partner for Biomade. First, we're a leading and research-intensive university with existing strength in biomanufacturing. We're located in a major hub, which hopefully once we again start to be able to travel will be important. We also had existing plans in the form of a new microbial cell production facility that could be leveraged. We also have an existing ecosystem of robust capabilities in biotechnology, genomics, computational biology, and supercomputing that can be leveraged by Biomade. All of these reasons made us a very attractive partner for the DoD MII proposal. Slide 12, please. Our Biotechnology Resource Center has a 35-year history of university industry partnerships in biomanufacturing and serves as a catalyst for research and economic development. Our clients, from startups to Fortune 500 companies, span the US and the globe. Because of demand and lack of space, we're building a new state-of-the-art facility on the St. Paul campus to support and grow Minnesota's biotech industry. With modern cell production services, R&D services, consulting, and training programs. The Board of Regents has already approved this capital project, which is being financed by CBS through a loan from the university. The work going on in this facility connects to dominant St. Paul campus themes, namely food, agriculture, water, and environment, and is central to the St. Paul campus framework plan, providing the cornerstone to a new biotech quadrant on the campus. In response to the DoD opportunity, we incorporated space for Biomade in the pre-design of the new facility. And if successful, Biomade will bring together the collective strengths of government, academic, industry, and nonprofit organizations to tackle the manufacturing challenges associated with biomanufacturing, and will assist in energizing Minnesota's and the US's bioeconomy. Additionally, we're exploring the possibility to co-locate a company-based mid-scale biomanufacturing facility to be built nearby, offering a centralized ecosystem from research and pilot production to commercial scale-up. Slide 13, please. The next few slides have a lot of text, for which I apologize. We decided to keep the details so that you would have them for reference, but I'm only going to touch on the highlights. I'll just say that this is what happens when you try to distill a 478-page proposal plus a 157-page budget into a few slides. So sorry about that. Key features of the collaboration are leveraging of existing capabilities. You saw the map with the large number and variety of participants as members of Biomade, and filling gaps in existing capabilities, that so-called valley of death that hinders capacity. So the new microbial cell production facility will be the headquarters of Biomade and will leverage a lot of University of Minnesota capabilities and infrastructure. Slide 14, please. Biomade will develop a roadmap and a set of technical priorities guided by its members. It will issue calls for proposals and will fund 2 different types of projects. One type funded by the federal grant from DoD, and one type funded directly by partner institutions. In addition, as Chris mentioned, we plan to apply to other federal agencies such as NSF, DOE, and others for additional grants. Slide 15, please. The proposal outlines a detailed process for project calls and project selection that follows best practices of established funding agencies to ensure high quality and equitable peer review. All projects need to involve members of Biomade. There will be emphasis on training and education with initial focus on curriculum development to address immediate gaps in the bioindustrial workforce, outreach projects to inform and engage potential workers on the opportunities of the field, and coordinated efforts to facilitate communication and sharing of knowledge and materials across the biomanufacturing ecosystem. Biomade will incorporate its ethical, legal, and social implications panel at each stage of the RFP proposal and project pipeline, and will feature prominent LC leaders in its operations. In addition, it's expected that about 20% of the funded projects will take place at the University of Minnesota main site, with the remainder taking place at partner institutions. In addition, according to the plan, about 80% of the projects will advance the roadmap in an iterative way, with 20% being high risk and high reward type projects. Slide 16, please. This slide goes into a bit more detail about how Biomade will promote education and workforce development, both of which are central to the Institute. These aspects could provide very exciting opportunities for our students in terms of introducing them to careers in the biotech sector, and could also provide a trained workforce for Biomade members and other institutions across the country. As mentioned, there will be a strong emphasis on ethical, legal, and social implications related to biomanufacturing, and in particular, focus on biosecurity, bioethics, and policy engagement will be integral to Biomade's innovation plan and a key part of the education and workforce development activities. Finally, and this is my last slide, here you see an overview on slide 17, please, of the membership principles and membership benefits. Members consist of companies of all sizes, academic institutions, and NGOs, and we intend to recruit additional members during the lifetime of the Institute. Members join at different levels, and basically the higher the level, the larger the membership fee and the greater the benefits. I'll stop there, but I just want to end by reiterating that if the DoD decides to go ahead and award Biomade, this will provide an incredible opportunity for the university, for the state of Minnesota, and for the U.S. biomanufacturing industry. So I hope that the Regents will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Forbes, for that excellent overview, and VP Kramer. So before we go to the discussion, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the resolution. And let me just remind you again that the resolution is in support of the conceptual framework of this collaboration. It would be a signal of the strong support of the university's governing board. If we are awarded the grant, then of course we'll reach detailed terms and agreements, and that final agreement and terms would come to the board for approval. So in essence today you're agreeing in principle, but there's a second approval round if we receive the grant. So with that, could I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Move to approve.
Motion, okay. Second, thank you. Okay, moved and seconded. So let's see if we have any questions. And I see Regent Beeson has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dean Forbes and Vice President Kramer. The fact that we worked so well with the Army last year did not go unnoticed. I know that's really about relationship building. The work that the Vice President put in, and former Senior Vice President Burnett and others, although the board wasn't close to that process, there was a good feeling even at the end after we lost the project, and that did have an impact how we carried ourselves through the process and that process. Mike, one question, and the presentation answered some others, is that the initial capitalization of $250 million by the government and by us and by other partners, is that meant to go all toward operating costs, and then we go out and seek research grants separately from that? Or is the 250 going to be, part of that going to be for research purposes?
Vice President Kramer, would you like to take that one?
I'll go first, and then maybe I'll let Dean Forbes follow, because I think she'll have some comments as well. So of those dollars, the subaward that I've sort of emphasized is actually a management subaward. It's not to do research. It is the dollars that will be given to us to pay the salaries of the people who work at Biomade. And those are engineers and some of the C-suite people that are listed in there. However, that is a relatively small portion. That's about 30 FTEs. You can see that doesn't get anywhere close to the numbers of millions we're talking about. So a substantial amount of the committed matching funds, as well as what the government is going to put in, will in fact exactly be directed towards projects. And they'll be chosen in a peer-reviewed way using the panels that Biomade will assemble. Might they involve University of Minnesota researchers? Absolutely. Some of the work itself will take place inside the Biomade facility. And depending on how the partnership works out, that also dictates how some of the intellectual property that's developed is used and how that may contribute program income to Biomade. Some of it will be farmed out around the country, because part of the goal, of course, is to help other places build facilities that ultimately will make this a nationwide effort. So there's a large section, I would say, that will be research-focused dollars, and I'd let Dean Forbes amplify that.
Yeah, Dean Forbes, please.
Yes, and I agree completely with Chris. Much of that $250 million will be focused on Biomade funded projects, but over and above that, we'll be in a really strong position to apply to the DoD and to other federal agencies for additional grants. For example, NSF has infrastructure grants that we would be able to apply for. So that will give added funds, hopefully, to the endeavor.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Beeson, yes, a follow-up.
Briefly. So what would the business plan say is sort of the range of other grants that might be available for this project? I'm trying to get a sense of sort of the total economic activity of the institute. What would be that range, Dean or Vice President?
Whichever one wants to take a shot at that.
I'm going to be honest and say that I don't know a firm number I could pull out from a different MII, and to some extent that might be a little bit risky only because the focuses of the different MIIs will access different economic sectors. But I would be unsurprised by something in the 8-figure range over the course of 5 years.
And I can add to that what we do know from previous MIIs, that their additional DoD funding, there's an example, has increased by 30% over and above what they got in the original grant. So I think it really puts the institution and the university in a really strong position to gain these additional funding sources.
All right, thank you. Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I just want to make a brief comment. Having grown up in Ames, Iowa, and having lots of friends whose parents worked at the Ames lab, I think this is a fabulous opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hsu. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Powell, VP Kramer, and Dean Forbes. I'm very supportive of this project and the long-term potential that this offers. Just if you would give a quick comment about the compatibility of this project with the Gateway project.
Once again, maybe I'll launch and I'll
Vice President Kramer and President Gable, you may want to jump in on this as well. This refers to the project on the eastern part of the campus that will be developed by the University of Minnesota Foundation. It will be a mixed use hotels, office space, residential, commercial, but one of the key components of that space will be commercial space for companies, organizations, large and small, innovative startups, that sort of thing. So I think the question is, from Regent Davenport, it seems like there could be a nice fit in certain ways.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell and Regent Davenport. I think what I would say is this is a great example where we don't have to think about an or, but we get to think about an and. There has always been, well, always is too strong. For a few years, there has been a St. Paul campus strategic plan that included building up this biotechnology sector, and Dean Forbes had a photo of that actually in one of the slides. That vision is a little bit more research park-like, I guess I would say, whereas the East Gateway vision, of course, is even more. There's a research park component, but it includes, as Chair Powell mentioned, sort of consumer-facing things and potentially university artwork and theaters and restaurants and so forth. So I think that Biomade and the research park that may well nucleate around it, and as Dean Forbes mentioned, we've sent out requests for expressions of interest and had some companies respond with potential interest in growing such a park. That will attract additional players who may choose to site in Minneapolis, who may choose to site in St. Paul. Obviously, they're not that distant.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, VP Kramer, and thanks for that comment, Regent Davenport.
But I might, excuse me, Chair Paul, I might ask Dean Forbes, who's much more expert about the St. Paul campus strategic plan. There may be more to say on that front.
Yes, please, Dean Forbes.
Well, part of the plan is to establish this biotechnology quadrant, and the new microbial production facility, which potentially will house Biomade, will be the first step in development of that quadrant, which is envisioned to have private-public partnerships. In addition, we've had some very important conversations with the St. Paul Port Authority, because they're also interested in getting some private companies in the sort of space between the East Bank and the St. Paul campus. And so we think having this Biomade on the St. Paul campus could actually attract private companies, a variety of private companies, to locate either on campus or off campus, but close to us. And we're currently exploring those opportunities right now.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised on my list. Is there anyone in the boardroom, Mr. Steves, who's got his with a hand up?
Regent Swigum would like to be recognized.
Regent Swigum.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you very much. Chris, I love to see you so excited. And one thing that excites me, Chris, is jobs, work for our Minnesotans, especially our University of Minnesota graduates. In relationship, and I know that you'd have to do a guesstimate at this, but I like a guesstimate. I don't know if it's 100 or 1,000 or 10,000, but in relationship to training a workforce and developing a workforce, what potentially are we looking at from the number of jobs for Minnesotans?
Chair Paul, I'm guessing you just want me to run with that.
Yes, I beg your pardon. Take it away.
That's a wonderful question. And indeed, it is one of the reasons I'm excited about it, is I think that the economic potential for Minnesota is huge. So rather than just pluck a number out of thin air, let me mention that my technology commercialization office has done some analyses over the last 10 years or so, looking at all of the startup companies that came out of the University of Minnesota and asking the question, how many Minnesota jobs derived from those startups? And there are sort of best practices for how to go about that. It's always going to be a little bit of a fuzzy number, but they are in the more than 1,000 at this stage. I think the likelihood that we will see substantially enhanced startup activity in the biomanufacturing space, and frankly, that's been some of the expressions of interest have related to firms that have venture capital that would like to be co-located to take advantage of the facilities and the intellectual milieu is very high. And so I would not be at all surprised to see startups contributing at about that same level, not to mention that as the video that Dean Forbes referred to, Cargill, General Mills, Land O'Lakes, they're all moving in these directions. In fact, I'm so glad you reminded me to mention one other thing. Last week, did we talk about our MacArthur Award winners yet? Last week, the Undersecretary for Science of the Department of Energy, his name's Paul Dauber, visited Paul Dauenhauer, one of our MacArthur awardees' labs. And, when the Undersecretary of Science drops by, I come to campus. So I was there for the whole visit, and it was fascinating. He was very engaged, and every fourth word from his lips was biomanufacturing. Unprompted, he knew nothing about this DOD proposal, but DOE is fabulously interested in this as well. So I think that the upside potential, given the degree of interest and the degree to which this technology is growing, and the siting of so many agricultural entities within the state, private partners, is just enormous.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could real quickly, Mr. Chairman, Dean Forbes, would you agree then that we potentially, with the spin-offs that Chris is talking about, potentially at least be talking at least 4-digit number of jobs, maybe even 5-digit?
Maybe. I hesitate to put an exact number, but it's clear that, the biotech and biomanufacturing sector are growing. I don't see any signs of that, slowing down. And there is currently a dire shortage in the workforce, which is why that is such, why the workforce development is such a key piece of this proposal. So I think it's going to be, and you saw the companies and other institutions that are just part of this, they're going to need a workforce too. So I'm not putting a number on it though. You're not going to get me to go there.
All right. Okay. Are you good, Regent Swigum?
I'm good. Thank you. Well, I'm not good. I'm okay with the answers.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands raised or people wishing to ask questions. Are you with me on that, Mr. Steves?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the roll call then. It's been moved and seconded, and we'll go to the roll.
On the resolution related to the Biomade Institute collaboration, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr. Regent Her. I'll come back. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. I'll go back to Regent Her.
Yes.
Regent Her votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and 0 opposed.
So that is passed unanimously. Vice President Kramer and Dean Forbes, thank you for your excellent and very exciting presentation today. This really is exciting. We look forward to hearing back from you soon. With that, we will now take a short break. We'll come back at noon to take up the next item on the agenda. So short break, back in just a few minutes. Okay, are we ready to start?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. You'll tell me when we're back to live.
We are live, Regent Powell.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Welcome back to all. Our final item of business today is the resolution related to elimination of select Twin Cities campus athletics sports programs. Before Athletic Director Coyle and Deputy Athletic Director McFarland make a brief presentation, I'd ask President Gable to share some opening comments.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, members of the board. These are challenging times, and Gopher Athletics is not immune from those challenges. In May, Athletic Director Coyle presented to you potential revenue loss scenarios ranging from $10 million to $75 million, plus additional annual losses. In August, the Big Ten Conference announced the postponement of the 2020 to 2021 fall sports season, a decision that also had an impact, even with the subsequent medically informed decision to resume play. Our peers across our conference and nationally are also facing similar financial challenges. Members of the board, to address the financial challenges facing Gopher Athletics and to do so in a way that ensures continued Title IX compliance, we are very sadly proposing some sports eliminations for your consideration today. Since making the announcement at our last meeting that we would be bringing this forward for your review, we have heard significant feedback from a variety of constituencies. And I want everyone listening to know that we are listening to that feedback, that we are aware and deeply respect that this is a painful decision for everyone involved, that is based on very challenging facts, very challenging times, and problems that we must at least mitigate and be on our journey to ultimately solve, to fulfill our obligation to manage this institution in a way that is financially sound. In that spirit, the proposal that comes before you today follows modified cost-saving measures undertaken by Gopher Athletics since March to address their budget shortfall, and modified rules regarding sports eliminations from the ones you originally heard last month. Athletic Director Mark Coyle and Deputy Director Rhonda McFarland are here to walk through this proposal. I want to take a moment to thank Mark, Rhonda, Julie Manning, and the rest of the team for being ahead of this issue, for bringing it to our attention in advance so that we could collaboratively work together to address it, as painful as any decision we could make would probably be, so that we're in a position to make hard choices with information, for time to review, and in ways that allow us to listen to feedback as it comes in. We know it is very difficult and if not actually heartbreaking and painful for everyone affected and for our entire Gopher Athletics community and our campus community as a whole. Our incredible student athletes, coaches, and staff make invaluable contributions to campus life, and we're committed to offering them our full support through this process. It's a tough day, but it's an important day where we come together to solve problems, as is our duty to do. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mark and Rhonda to continue the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, President Gable. AD Coyle and Deputy AD McFarland, you have the floor.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Powell and Vice Chair Sviggum and members of the board and President Gable. And if I may, I first would like to just take a second to recognize Michelle Redmond, who is our women's golf coach, who announced her retirement earlier this week. And she has led our program since 2011 and has done a phenomenal job. And she had a very successful LPGA career over 20 years. And she really is first class. And I just want to make sure we recognize Michelle Redmond for her contributions to Gopher Athletics, and she'll be retiring in January of 21. So with that said, as President Gable just outlined, today is a difficult day. And if you recall, at the May board meeting, this board asked for the solutions given the difficult financial situation that we are facing, not only at Minnesota and across the Big Ten with our peer institutions, but across the country. And we had to make two very heartbreaking recommendations that impacted our staff and it impacted our students. And I emphasize the word heartbreaking recommendations. This has and continues to be a challenging time. And these are difficult conversations. And if not supported by the board today, our recommendation, it will have significant financial and personnel impact on our department as we move forward. Next slide. As you all know, the board has established clear expectations for athletics to operate within budget each fiscal year. Athletics has successfully managed its budget each year since FY17, including the additional $5 million annual debt service for Athletes Village and capital improvement to a number of our facilities. Athletics operating budget has consistently ranked 8th in the Big Ten while sponsoring the 4th highest number of sports. And for information, Wisconsin, which has similar sports offerings that we do, has a budget of $158 million. Our budget is $123 million. Michigan State, which has the same sport offerings, number of sport offerings that we offer, has a budget of $140 million. And our budget is $123 million. Next slide, please. For the past 3 fiscal years, athletics has implemented cost-saving measures to meet board expectations and manage 25 sports programs. We've had 3 senior level administration positions reduced through attrition, the last being John Cunningham, who became the athletic director at the University of Cincinnati last December. We implemented a 4% operating budget reduction in FY19 that resulted in over $1 million of savings. We also have continuous process improvement and expense monitoring to do more with less in nutrition, in technology, and in team and recruit travel. Future challenges. How quickly will event-related revenue return to pre-COVID-19 levels? We have capital expenditures for required improvements to the ice arenas. The Freon that we currently use is being discontinued, and that project alone will be $11 million to address the arena at Mariucci and Ritter Arena. Operating costs are increasing faster than revenue streams. An annual debt service created by a loan from campus to resolve FY21 budget deficit are all challenges that we face in the future. Next slide, please.
So Chair Powell and Board of Regents, to continue the discussion of the Athletics Department financial reality, I will walk through the timeline of the FY21 budget process so far. As we discussed in the board meeting last month, financial sustainability for the Athletic Department has been a concern throughout Director Coyle's tenure at the university. We've often shared that the size of our budget does not compare favorably with our peers in the Big Ten that offer the same or similar number of sports. During the initial stages of the FY21 budget preparation process, we determined that without significant adjustments, we would be facing a $4.5 million budget deficit. Combination of both revenue and expense impacts, which included a reduction in the Big Ten conference distribution due to the 2 newest members receiving full membership shares, the impact of paying 11% sales tax on scholarship seating donations, and the ongoing increases in non-resident, non-reciprocity tuition all put substantial pressure on the bottom line. In conversations with AVP Tonneson in February, we started working on plans to address this shortfall, and then the pandemic hit. We all remember the multiple revenue shortfall projections that were shared at the May and September board meetings. We were projecting a revenue shortfall of up to $75 million for this fiscal year. Since the September meeting, the Big Ten announced that football would return this fall, and we will talk more about how that could impact our current fiscal year budget in a later slide. Also, at the September board meeting, we asked you to make a difficult decision to approve the personnel cost reduction plan for the athletic department staff. That plan was in addition to the action taken for all university staff and resulted in salary reductions that, it is our understanding, exceed those taken by any other unit on campus. As part of the athletics plan, 8 full-time staff members were laid off. 46 hourly staff members are required to take 17 furlough days now and the end of the fiscal year. And 160 P&A employees have experienced 10% appointment reduction through the last pay period of this fiscal year. Next slide, please. With the savings from the personnel cost reduction plan and other cost savings methods listed here, we have projected approximately $9.5 million in budget savings for this fiscal year. These one-time savings are needed to reduce the budget deficit so that the loan needed from campus to address that deficit is as small as possible. But we also must find significant permanent reductions in our budget to be able to pay back that loan. Next slide, please. The announcement last month that there would be a fall football season this year was great news. However, there is still a significant amount of unknowns related to the revenue that will be generated by that football season. We do know that normally the Big Ten Conference provides their TV partners with 90+ games. It is our understanding that our media distribution is subject to the amount of inventory that we can provide. Based on the schedule that has been announced, the maximum number of games that could be played is 63. However, we've all seen what's happened at the NFL. Games have been impacted due to players and staff testing positive for the virus, and many college football games have been canceled. What we believe will happen based on the best information we have now is that we will not generate any ticket or scholarship seating revenue for football, and we expect that there could be a similar disruption for basketball and hockey seasons, which would bring us to a loss of almost $30 million as compared to our original budget. Because there will be no fans in the stands, concession and game day revenue will be lost. The reduced inventory available to our sponsors will significantly impact our sponsorship revenue. In addition, expenses incurred due to COVID-19 are another area of unknowns. How much our travel and facility maintenance costs will be affected by the strict protocols in place for the safety and the safety of our students and staff is not known at this time. How much testing will be needed to be done throughout this year. What we do know is if we are able to play football games, we will be able to generate revenue, just not at the same level as we have been able to in the past few years. Now I'll turn it back over to Director Coyle to continue the presentation. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Rhonda. And as you can see, the financial situation is enormous. And as we turn our attention towards Title IX and our ongoing compliance with Title IX, as we shared with you before, we continuously evaluate our programs in our department for Title IX compliance. The impetus for sport reductions is financial. The proposed plan also recognizes our obligation to provide Title IX gender equitable participation opportunities for female and male students. Title IX does not require cuts. We can meet our obligation by expanding participation opportunities for underrepresented students or reducing opportunities for overrepresented students. The number of female students as a percentage of the university's undergraduate enrollment population has increased steadily in recent years. As a result, women have become underrepresented. We have used roster management to remain compliant. We need to address the underrepresentation. And unfortunately, we are not in a financial position to add any teams. Next slide, please. If you recall at the September 2020 board meeting, we recommended the discontinuation of men's gymnastics, men's indoor track and field, men's outdoor track and field, and men's tennis following the completion of the competitive seasons in late spring 2021. As you are aware, a new resolution has been presented this morning. This addresses the underrepresentation and provides some financial savings. The impacted students will continue to have access to academic advising, athletic medicine, and mental health resources until each student has the opportunity to earn their undergraduate degree from the University of Minnesota. 15 of the 34 impacted male students are scheduled to graduate spring, summer of 2021. And all impact students who wish to transfer will receive our full support. Next slide, please. Fundraising is an unrealistic option. As we shared in September, the estimated savings from the original proposal was approximately $2.7 million starting in FY25. If the new proposal is not approved, we believe we'll have to add 2 new women's sports to generate the participation numbers needed to ensure ongoing compliance at an annual cost of approximately $3.5 to $4 million. Again, the addition of women's sports is not feasible given our pre- and post-COVID-19 operating budget challenges. Next slide, please. Finally, the university has indicated that resources will not be moved from the academic mission of the institution to athletics, and that any available administrative funds would not resolve the budget deficit. Given the financial reality and Title IX compliance, this difficult decision had to be made to ensure long-term sustainability for athletics. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Powell.
Chair Powell, I believe you might be muted.
Beg your pardon, everybody. Thank you, AD Coyle and AD McFarland for Deputy AD McFarland for that very clear overview of the very difficult challenge that we face. And at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the revised resolution related to elimination of select Twin Cities campus athletic sports program. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, moved and seconded. Before we dive into our discussion, I also would like to thank the literally thousands of people in the community who've reached out to share input and stories. And I want you to know that we've heard you and we greatly value your perspective. I also want to thank the administration for bringing forward this revised recommendation for our consideration today. I believe it is a sound approach to an extraordinarily difficult issue, and it deserves our vote of approval today. And so with that, I will turn this over. We'll start our discussion, and we'll just see. I think you have the revised resolution in front of you now, and Mr. Sees, it might be useful just to read the revised resolution.
Mr. Chair, I will do that. Just give me a moment. So if Ms. Flotten, if you could just start at the top, I'll read it right off the screen. Regents of the University of Minnesota resolution related to the elimination of select Twin Cities campus athletic sports programs. Whereas in May 2020, the Department of Intercollegiate Athletics presented to the Board of Regents 3 scenarios anticipating revenue losses from $10 million to $75 million due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Intercollegiate Athletics is currently projecting a budget deficit of $45 to $65 million, and whereas on August 11th, 2020, the Big Ten Athletic Conference announced the postponement of the 2020-2021 fall sports season, a decision which has a significant impact on the intercollegiate athletics budget for the current year. And whereas our Big Ten peers are facing similar financial challenges, and whereas to reduce the department's budget shortfall in FY 2021, intercollegiate athletics will achieve operational cost savings in a number of areas, including salary reductions, furloughs, appointment reductions or eliminations, and a hiring and spending freeze. And whereas to honor the university's Title IX responsibilities and further reduce the department's budget shortfall, Intercollegiate Athletics has proposed elimination of select sports at the conclusion of their FY 2021 season. And whereas scholarships for all student athletes impacted by the elimination of these sports will be honored until they earn their undergraduate degrees. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents approves the Department of Intercollegiate Athletics plan to eliminate men's gymnastics, men's tennis, and men's indoor track beginning in FY 2022, and directs the executive team of Intercollegiate Athletics to further evaluate during FY 2021 financial and other considerations related to the department.
Thank you for reading that, Mr. Steves. I see at least 2 hands up now, and we'll start with Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, presenters. I'm going to support the resolution and recognize that it is a compromise. As with all compromises, it does leave everyone rather empty. I certainly feel that way. I want to make particular mention of the men's tennis, gymnastics, and indoor track programs and their current and past coaches and boosters who've done great work and have done nothing to deserve the demise of their sport here at the university. Every sport has brought strong arguments and efforts and inspirational stories of personal growth. That's really such a source of joy for me as a regent and serving on this governing board. I want to back up for a minute though. And one of the problems is that this board has never really had a conversation about principles that prepare us for a decision like this. Frankly, it's been considered to be too sensitive, and I get that. In fact, reducing the number of sports has been a whispering campaign around here for 12 years. So I do appreciate that this director and this administration brought forward a recommendation that others thought about but didn't act on. If we'd had that conversation, we'd all agree that the world of intercollegiate athletics has changed, and then we're now operating under a leveraged and sponsored-based business model, and is heavily dependent on unrelated events and market forces. That's happened over 20 years and continued to accelerate. We signed up for this. Frankly, it shouldn't surprise any of us that we are dealing with what we have to today. We'd also agree that the director has a responsibility to provide a balanced budget each year. He talked about that. A corollary to that is that the director, unlike most business units around here, cannot access tuition dollars or state dollars, which are the only real sources of money to balance budgets that don't balance themselves through earned revenue. We've all believed non-revenue sports bring great value, but having non-athlete students subsidize these sports in the form of higher tuition is not something I'm personally comfortable with. If someone believes otherwise, they should say that right now, and we should have a conversation. That's the fundamental issue behind all this, is that it's that principle. So with that backdrop and those conditions, the director brought forward the recommendation that he did. He wouldn't be proposing this. He absolutely believed it was not economically feasible to maintain the number of sports going forward. He is one of the best athletic directors in the country, and we hired him to do the job. And I'm sorry that we've gotten to this point, but I don't see any other way out of this situation. I want to thank the board chair and my colleagues who've been worked on this compromise, and I do support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Beeson. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, some similar themes in terms of athletics overall. I believe that we need a change in the competitive and funding models for intercollegiate sports. I think that it requires a national change, but I think there are things we can do as an individual institution to provide meaningful competition opportunities for our students and doing it in a fiscally responsible way. That includes through the support for from their own sports communities through philanthropy. As many on the board know, we have about a $7 million subsidy that comes from the general fund at the university for athletics, and that ultimately means that every student, including those that struggle to afford the ever increasingly expensive education, even in public education, end up paying for that as part of their academic experience. And I don't think that's appropriate as a subsidy, but it's the way things have been for quite some time. And so when Director Coyle joined us about 5 years ago, I expressed that concern to him about the financial issues, including the subsidy. And I also told him that I thought it was important that we would streamline the department to be both excellent and competitive. And so, I support Director Coyle's efforts to date in seeking to do so, and without going into specifics because of the interest of time. But now evaluating this plan. So as a member of this board, I wasn't consulted about the proposal prior to receiving it shortly before the September meeting. And in the intervening time, I tried very hard to understand the issues and find a basis to support it as it was originally presented before the change today. And for me, I eventually came to the position that the elimination of track and field, which is the original Olympic sport, and in my view, the best gateway as a land-grant university in particular for students across geographic, racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic lines, I didn't feel it was appropriate to remove that sport in the current plan. I understand and appreciate the reasons why that was selected, but my assessment was that the losses from that were greater than the gains that we would yield. And from my standpoint, access and diversity, especially on the opportunity end, it's not just a punchline, it's not just a virtue signal, it's really a true value. And these types of opportunities, in my view, reflect real examples of those appropriate access opportunities. Now, while I prefer, as it relates to tennis, rather, men's tennis has developed a support organization that in the past has stepped up. I don't understand in this current discussion that opportunity has been provided. And while I prefer a greater focus of the tennis program on Minnesota students, and I've had conversations with some of the folks that are very involved in the tennis program, it has a proud tradition and those facilities will remain. My preference is that the university would take the opportunity to work with the program and its supporters on the evolution of competitive and funding structures that both meet the goals that are put in front of us today, but also don't lose the values that the program currently provides. And now men's gymnastics understands that it's in a difficult spot nationally, and its proponents recognize this. Something has to change, and I believe that we should work with those proponents for competitive and funding options that support our mutual goals, but I don't believe this measure provides that opportunity. And while now, this morning we were provided a revised proposal that retains one of our men's track and field teams. While this is maybe an improvement, it was only offered moments before this meeting. It doesn't permit an analysis of all the financial and Title IX questions addressed under the original proposal, which we spent just yesterday on a different proposal, roughly 90 minutes of this board's time discussing. And I think that responsible governance and accountability as a public body dictate that we take time to properly evaluate the change proposal and the impact of the change. I don't think adjusting 100-year-old programs in this respect should be pulled out of a hip pocket moments before the board meeting. And if a special meeting is necessary, from a timing standpoint, we have that available to us. So, Mr. Chair, I move to postpone the motion to a date at the chair's discretion to permit the board to fully assess the revised proposal and consider other structures for the other affected sports.
All right, it's been moved that we postpone the decision to a later date. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. So the motion, Regent Rocha, if you could restate it again, just so we have clarity.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone the motion to a date at the chair's discretion to permit the board to fully assess the revised proposal that we just received this morning and consider other structures for the other affected sports.
Okay, move to postpone the motion to a date at the chair's discretion. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion of that motion?
Mr. Chair, may I just make a comment on the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Very quickly. You know, we had a conversation earlier today about responsible governance, and I think, you know, from both the governance and as a public body, transparency, a change of this nature, I think, is a significant change. I think it provides some promise versus a complete discontinuation of track and field as opportunities. But I don't feel comfortable at this point, considering all the other information we've received, including the presentation regarding Title IX and so on. With this change, I think we should have an opportunity to discuss how that impacts the risks that we face right now and how that will impact these sports. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think it'd be helpful. I'm assuming that any hands that I see raised now are people who would like to speak to the motion that's currently before us, which is to postpone to a later meeting. So if your hand is raised, I'm assuming that you want to comment on that motion. So I will go first to Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak on the motion. I know I might wade out of that a bit, but most of my comments do end up ultimately being relevant to the motion. First, I want to recognize that the problem is real. I think it'd be convenient to blame department leadership and just reject that there's an issue in the first place. But the problem is real, and it's really in three parts: our longstanding financial positions pre-COVID, the effects of COVID, and then lastly, the Title IX considerations, which is, you know, Title IX is a commitment of our universities, not just an obligation that's an afterthought that we have to be in line with. At the same time, you know, we've all read the emails and all the other ways we've been contacted about the rich experience, and the personal stories from current athletes, alums, fans, and hopeful future athletes, right? Kids in elementary school, middle school, and so forth, along with the comments on people's, on their take on meaningful participation and so on and so forth. But that doesn't change the issue at the end of the day, and it doesn't change our fiduciary duty, you know, to maintain the university and the department. I've come to the conclusion, right, through the meetings I've been a part of, the conversations, that a change in our offerings, one way or the other, will be necessary, and that we're not able to maintain the current status. However, does it have to be this slate, right? And I think the other difficult thing with this issue is that there's 3-4 different drivers. So one solution that may address one doesn't affect the others, right? You could have a philanthropic solution for one team. You could, we know the football situation changed, and that adjusts the projected revenues a bit, but that still leaves our Title IX considerations and whatnot. Along with, as A.D. McFarland mentioned, the change in Big Ten distributions and the sales tax and things like that. My original concerns were in relation to this slate, was the effect it would have on the diversity of our student athletes, the accessibility of the sports we offered, and as well as the relevance and the reflection of what Minnesota high school students are participating in, and whether or not their land grant flagship D1 institution is able to offer that. Obviously, the revised resolution addresses some of those concerns, but they largely remain and actually introduce other questions in that, one, it shows that a change of slate is possible, right? Because that was done just today. But it raises its own questions. I don't know if a men's track team that's only outdoor remains competitive. I don't know if they'll still be able to recruit if they're only able to participate in one or the other, and the other implications of that. It just raises questions that deserve communication and deserve thinking about. Again, I agree that the offering must change, whether it's these or others. My concerns are actually addressed by the resolution a bit. It's the timeline and the speed. What I've been asking myself and what I've been asking of others is what we gain by acting on this today and what we lose by not acting on this today, right? It's very difficult. Myself, every other region, any administrator, anyone in this conversation has the right to an opinion, a personal and a professional one, on whether or not a philanthropic solution is possible. But what do we lose by in the spirit of partnership with our philanthropic partners when they're saying give us a chance, by giving them that chance, right? And then of course that only solves one of our solutions. We still have to come back and look at compliance, but I'm inclined to allow for that. I've also been made aware that RecWell is willing to support programs that are discontinued by athletics, and athletics is also supportive of that, but that would need to be reviewed for compliance by several departments, OGC and others. I'd love to see that be part of this comprehensive solution that, okay, we're discontinuing this program with the commitment that RecWell is picking this up. We've already analyzed that, right? And this is the new solution. Lastly, in closing, I do understand that we can't ask of our athletic department and our athletic director to balance a budget, to maintain compliance, to not access tuition dollars, and to still be competitive in the sports that we still compete in, and then be surprised when something like this comes up. It's not unfounded. It's not that there's not merit to it. But even with the compromise, some of my original concerns, especially with this slate, still do remain. And I know that I've heard that, delaying creates, and I'm quoting, a false hope. And while I understand that, I do, it might still be the slate. I might support delaying and we come back in November and December and it's still some of this same slate. However, I won't, I think it's a bit patronizing of our current student athletes, our alumni or donors, to say that they don't understand what that would mean, right? So in conclusion, Mr. Chair, I will be supporting the amendment in that while I completely recognize a need for some change to our athletic offerings, I don't understand what we lose by taking time on this. And that's not to say that the athletic department hasn't put a lot of time and hours into this and hasn't alluded to it in the past, but I think it's only fair to the community, to the partners, to ourselves, and especially recognizing that these are programs that have existed for a long, long time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. I'm going to go now to Regent Davenport, then Regent Hsu, then Regent Swigum.
Thank you, Chair Powell. This indeed is a difficult and painful discussion and reflective of our challenging times. And I also want to recognize the volume of input and personal testimony that we received. I want to confirm a few things and then have a question related to Regent Rocha's motion. I want to confirm that we would continue women's gymnastics, tennis, and both indoor and outdoor track, and that there are club opportunities or maybe intramurals, although I know that's not the same, but those opportunities are there. And if you want to maybe confirm that first, then I'll ask my question.
Well, I will I will make a quick comment and then invite Regent Rocha to clarify, but the motion is to postpone, today. So presumably everything we have today would remain in force until we take this up again at a future date. So everything basically, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chair Powell, I meant that question for Mark Coyle to just confirm that we are continuing women's gymnastics, tennis, indoor, outdoor track, and that there are club opportunities for tennis, gymnastics, or intramurals, and recognize that they aren't the same as intercollegiate competition.
Beg your pardon, Regent Davenport. AD Coyle, I think the question is for you.
Thank you, Chair Powell. And Regent Davenport, that is correct. We would still offer women's gymnastics, women's tennis, women's indoor and outdoor track and field. And I have had conversations with Dr. George Brown, who oversees rec sports on campus. And there is a club team for men's tennis, and there is a gymnastics club team on campus, although I don't believe it goes through RecWell. It goes to a different organization on campus.
Thank you. Then my question relates to my concern about providing options for our student athletes and informing their decision-making process. So for example, I know that signing day for student athletes is a big milestone. So how would a delay in decision-making on our part as board influence a student athlete's decision-making process with these different kind of timelines and decisions that they have to make? Thank you.
AD Coyle, I think that one should go to you as well.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Powell. And Regent Davenport, the signing day is on November 11th for a lot of our sports. And so obviously the difficult news that we shared in September with our original recommendation and now the revised recommendation today has an impact on recruiting. And everything we do, recruiting is the backbone of your program. And this would continue to put those programs at risk with respect to recruiting, because it would be hard to sign recruits if they thought the program may be discontinued shortly after or before, what have you. So it would adversely affect our recruiting abilities in those sports.
And from, if I may?
Yes, Regent Davenport, please.
From the students' point of view, and they're looking at their decision on where to attend, same kind of impact?
AD Coyle.
Chair Powell and Regent Davenport, correct. So the sports that we've talked about are sports that compete winter, spring. And so if a student athlete wishes to transfer, they could transfer at semester and still have the opportunity to potentially compete at a new institution if they wish to transfer.
Thank you.
Did I get at it, Regent Davenport?
Pretty much.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on now to Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's truly a sad day in Gopherville. And it's even sadder today than it was last month when this plan was first unveiled. I'd hoped that if Big Ten football had come back or could come back, we would pull this resolution. The very next week, Big Ten football did come back, but we're still moving forward with cutting sports in this resolution. I want to apologize to the students, like gymnastics Olympic hopeful Shane Wiskus and tennis star Jackson Allen, and friends who might be in the house. And I want to apologize to parents and alums and the broader community that are affected. The time and energy that has been spent drafting emails and letters and raising money, this damage has been done to our Gopher family, and it didn't have to be. This damage was self-inflicted. And this will get worse if we continue on and approve this today. The blowback will be huge. Supporters of these sports have made great strides in great points, great strides in fundraising. Millions of dollars have been raised or pledged. Let's give them a chance to be part of this conversation. Let's include all stakeholder voices. The proportion of men and women is coming back, as we heard yesterday. It's closer to 50-50, in fact, than it has been. This year, in the fall semester, it's 53.1% women instead of 53.6 last year. It's not clear that this is as big a problem as we've been told. We heard yesterday that the enrollment for men is increasing, and the story of cutting women's slots is disturbing. But more disturbing is the fact that we weren't transparent about it. If you look at the board presentation last month, and even this month, it wasn't even mentioned. It's not clear, and it's not clear how this new motion affects this particular problem. The position that these slots were just bench warmer slots is tone deaf and should anger anyone who has ever fought for women's opportunities. And what is the long-term strategy for athletics? I asked this question in 2015 when I was first elected. When we talked about the new strategic plan that replaced our no strategic plan, I asked that we include athletics. It was not included, but many parts of our strategy or our strategic plan should apply to athletics. In fact, the diversity inclusion aspect is one piece, and I'm not going to go through the rest of it. It's the Regents' responsibility to look after the long-term health of the institution. Should we support these sports in the future? Let's give ourselves a chance and the community a chance to figure this out. The proposed solution doesn't save much money. In fact, I don't even know what it saves now with the revised presentation. I didn't see anything in there about that. And football is not even started yet. And we start, what, in 2 weeks? And so we don't know what that season looks like. And we didn't take a serious look at adding any women's sports. We just know that it's going to take a couple $2 million. Well, guess what? The Regents are in charge of the budget, and we can find money to add sports if we wanted to, but we need time to solve these problems.
Thank you, Regent Hsu.
Almost done. Almost done.
Oh, beg your pardon. Yep.
If the applause line was not on my script, so the Title IX problem, if there is one, can be solved any number of ways, as we have been discussing. We're not even sure what it is at this point in time with the new proposal. What's wrong at this time is we have the wrong plan at the wrong time. Let's agree where we're going before we actually make a determination of how we're going to get there. And in the last 30 days, we've made an incredible leap forward in terms of discussing some of these long-term problems, as Regent Beeson has discussed with how to deal with funding of sports, especially Olympic sports. It's a national problem. And so I propose that we delay this and that we be the leaders in this country to look for the solutions that are going to move us forward as a country in terms of our Olympic sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hsu. I'm not sure the Title IX points that Regent Hsu makes. I'm not sure whether AD Coyle, you would want to discuss those, or General Counsel Peterson. But I think there probably is some perspective that can be provided there, and perhaps now would be a good time to do that.
Chair Powell, I'm happy if General Counsel Peterson is okay. I would defer to Manny, and she can discuss about the Title IX.
I think that would be helpful.
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, and members of the board, with the new resolution, with the new proposal, with not sponsoring indoor track at the conclusion of this academic year and lowering slightly the numbers on the men's outdoor track side from their current roster of 9 to 41, we believe that we should be able to obtain compliance with Title IX with just very slight adjustments on the women's side, fewer than we had proposed previously. But we do believe that this plan will be in compliance with Title IX.
All right, thank you. Let's move on now to Regent Simonson.
Okay, thank you. Well, a lot of what's already been said, what Regent Kenyana said, what Regent Hugh, I agree with. We need a delay. And I don't know why we have to hurry through this. I'm not going to repeat the stuff on the Title IX. I have concerns about that. We heard Director McFarland talk about there's a lot we don't know yet. And so I don't know what the rush is here to do this. I'd like to be able to explore a little bit more about some of the other, have time to reflect on some of this stuff. And other things to look at, like what, club team versus Big Ten, what's the total impact on that as far as the students and people wanting to be Big Ten versus club. And the other thing is, how this could impact the other revenue. I thought I read something this morning in the news or yesterday or something about a donor that was given $100,000 that said they'll never give another nickel if we do this. What's the loss of other income? So anyway, I'm all for a delay. Thank you. Thank you. Also, Director Coyle, I have a great deal of respect for you. And I know this hasn't been, it's not about you. So I have a great deal of respect for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Regent Simonson. Regent Swigum, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Members, we have a problem. Actually, we have two problems that have to be addressed. One is the athletic finances, or more appropriately, the lack of them. And the second is Title IX, the requirements and the compliance that we have to do because of Title IX. In May, we asked Athletic Director Coyle and President Gable to come to us with a plan. They have done so. It has been extremely difficult for them. This is a pained approach, pain for everybody. But we have to have a plan. We have to move forward. We asked them to do so. A delay at this time, a delay to the motion before us, is only going to compound the problem that's before us. It's going to compound it. It's going to make it worse. Before I begin with the facts, and I want to talk about facts, because we're not going to balance this budget on dreams and on hopes. Those are important in life, but you can't balance a budget on dreams and hopes. You can't balance a budget on fellow colleagues saying, be creative. Well, help us be creative. We've given you many, since May, I think, when Athletic Director Coyle was here, to be creative. And you haven't been very creative. Beginning with the facts, we cannot balance the budget on pie in the sky. We can't balance the budget on buying a pig in the poke, as I used to say at the legislature. Sometimes a leader, a good leader, has to find reasons to vote for something. It's very, very easy to find reasons to vote against something. You can create a reason to vote against anything at any time. But it's our job as leaders, regents here, to find reasons to vote for something. The facts. And the facts are very simple. First of all, we have a Title IX problem, a Title IX concern. This resolution before us, that is being asked to be delayed now by the motion, directly addresses that concern. We have to, by law, show participation equity. We do not have that now. We have 80 participation spots, too many for males than we do for females. Title IX demands that we address that. If we don't, we're going to end up being sued. Fact that athletics has a financial problem significant now. We've heard between 45 and 65 million, but much of that was pre-COVID. This proposal begins to address that problem. 45 to 50, $65 million problem that we need to, we can't hope away. We can't dream away. It's real money. We cannot cut academics or teaching capacity. Fact is, we're not going to raise tuition to solve this problem. We're not going to address academics to solve this problem. It's not going to happen. Fact, and I think it was A.D. Coyle mentioned this earlier, we have the 8th largest athletics budget in the Big Ten, and we offer the 4th largest number of programs in athletics. That is unsustainable. It is unsustainable into the future. That has to be addressed. Fact, this proposal that's before us right now that is being asked to be delayed better addresses not only Title IX, but also Title VI. Representative Kenyatta, that has been a concern that you have had, addressing Title VI. This proposal better does that, Representative Kenyatta. And I think you'd have to say, yes, it does. Fact, there are loans from the University General Fund that must be paid back. They have to be paid back. $7 million a year. Fact, we have $50 million shortfall in Athletics Village. Fact, we have $17 million shortfall on our new track. Folks, we got to pay those things off before we even consider moving forward. Those are facts. Those are shortfalls that exist right now. Now, you cannot dream away dollars that are shortfall. It just doesn't happen. We as Regents need to meet our fiduciary responsibility. We can't dream away millions. They're not going to go away. Members, this is hard. It's painful for everybody. But failure to act makes the situation and problem worse. A.D. Coyle, President Gable, I know you have suffered in making decisions bringing this forward. I completely support you because I know what you've gone through and I know that you've tried to balance everything. I think it was the speaker from AGB that was before us today that said we need to balance all our decisions. Well, this is a painful decision, but it's also thoughtful, it's balanced, and most importantly, it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent. Thank you, Regent Swigum. I'm going to turn now to Jill Karandi, our student representative.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell, and thank you, presenters. I would like to really make remarks on behalf of students who have the opportunity, who have spoken to me alongside all the community members. Excuse my remarks were prepared prior to the proposal that was, or the resolution that was given this morning, alongside also the motion. So I will begin. Greetings, Regents, President Gable, Director Coyle, my fellow students and those on live stream. Chair Powell, when this issue was discussed during our September meeting, you expressed hope that the eventual decision would position Gopher Athletics to best serve our student athletes and staff members moving forward. Unfortunately, the proposal before you today utterly fails to serve our community moving forward. The proposal to cut 4, or now rather 3, of our athletics teams today is premature. The dearth of consultation, exploration of creative solutions, and transparency is conspicuous. Gopher Athletics has often been a deeply respected department under the leadership of A.D. Coyle. Unfortunately, the proposal today demonstrates a lack of respect for the many individuals who have supported its programs until today. I feel compelled to speak with such candor precisely because it is out of character for this program and this university. Director Coyle said that he wished to cut these programs for 2 reasons: Title IX compliance and the fiscal deficit. However, Director Coyle also said that this issue has been coming to a head for some time and that the pandemic just expedited pushing it to the edge of the cliff. What is time period identified for some time? Was it before or after we turned to our alumni and community for 6-figure financial support, or before or after our track team had to fundraise for their own track facilities? While we could sit here and discuss the deficit caused by the pandemic, that deficit is induced by the pandemic is not the proximate cause for the cuts that we are seeing today, but rather has been used as a catalyst to execute what appears to be a long-standing but concealed policy preference. Non-revenue generating sports are not a new phenomenon, and these 4 sports did not all of a sudden flip to the red and become non-revenue generating during the pandemic. I would have hoped that our athletics department would have been actively working on our financial model to prevent such a lethal proposal from coming forward. As a business student, I'm aware that short-term difficult decisions are inevitable, especially in crisis. But let us not be deceived. There's been more than enough time to act with intentionality and integrity rather than to act in haste and compromise our ethics. We still have that time. With respect to Title IX, it seems that the athletics department has wished to put rose-colored glasses over our eyes, a decision both disappointing and contrary to our values. As mentioned, Title IX provides 3 provisions to be in compliance. Our athletics department has chosen to myopically focus on the first option. It doesn't have to. The relevant provision by Title IX states that institutions must only satisfy 1 requirement to be in compliance. As we all saw in the Star Tribune last week, the decision to cut these 4 teams also results in the cut of 41 women athletes from our programs, resulting in a total of 98 athletes. This is dispiriting considering when asked in meetings by student athletes if the implication of these cuts would spill over to women, they were told it's not going to happen. The continuous seesaw of cuts seem to have an ulterior motive that only results in the ruin of our athletics programs, and in fact, jeopardizes our compliance with Title IX. As a university that values equity, diversity, and inclusion, we must not fail to see by eliminating these sports, we are significantly reducing the opportunities for underrepresented athletes to engage in sport and academia at our institution. Across the nation, track and field have more Black male athletes than all other NCAA sports combined, other than football or basketball. In the words of Bill Smith, a former Gopher track athlete and 6-figure donor, we run the risk of severing strong connections with an important emerging community, eliminate accessible opportunities provided by track and field, and walk dangerously close to an elitist environment in the athletic department. I also urge you to consider large corporations financially supporting our university athletics programs, such as Land O'Lakes and 3M. 3M recently made a $50 million commitment to diversity initiatives. This proposal acts directly in opposition and would demonstrate misalignment in mission. This proposal acts directly in opposition and demonstrates this misalignment in mission for both of the firms. In February of 2014, at the Athletes Village donor opening event with Land O'Lakes and many other donors present, Director Coyle said, "When you invest in program, you're investing in men and women who are going to go out and have an incredible impact on this community and this state and country. Today, those men and women are fighting for the impact that you said they would have in this state. They're fighting for a chance to be included in the decision that would impact their lives." The proposal today has been in the works for quite some time, as alluded to you all by the letter sent to you by a law firm. It's plain and details the issue that plans to sever at least 2 of these sports was in the works since 2019. This is demonstrated by a clause inserted during contract renewal for our tennis and gymnastics teams. Yet 3 additional coaches were renewing their contracts at the same time, and their contracts did not retain the same clauses. From my understanding, that does not cause question whether there's intent and premeditation that existed long before we knew of the pandemic or had recognized a $75 million deficit. We have been recruiting our students with a false promise, asking for fundraising dollars from these organizations' alumni with the understanding that our plan was to cut them without even asking for their help. As Director Coyle mentioned, a $60 million endowment would be necessary to be able to sustain these programs. Should it be comprised as an investment portfolio, I'd be interested in seeing the type of interest rate factors, type of investments, and presumed inflation volatility that related in such figure. Finally, Director Coyle, wrote a letter to alumni and donors and stated that there were 4 criteria to be considered when they were looking to eliminate a sport: community impact, local and national interests, competitiveness, and Big Ten and national sponsorship. If we even only talked about competitiveness, men's tennis has 40 Big Ten selections, 8 All-Americans, and more than 25 Big Ten champions. On our gymnastics team, decorated gymnast Shane Wiskus was named 2020 CGA MVP and the Big Ten Gymnast of the Year for the 3rd time. Shane was ranked #1 in the nation for all around and #1 in the Big Ten on parallel bars. Our men's track and field team has had 14 Olympians, 15 NCAA champions, 11 Big Ten champions, 1 NCAA team championship, over 150 Big Ten champions, and over 200 All-Americans. That sounds pretty competitive to me. The university must be able to have a conversation about non-revenue generating sports without placing the burden on our students and programs in a conscientious manner. In any case, the justification behind the cancellation of Big Ten football no longer exists. We might explore all additional revenue streams and methods. The loan President Gable named during our student senate meeting should be further explored. We must consider the club model that has been proposed and created by the men's gymnastics team, and take time to consider all financial alternatives that have been presented to you by financial leaders from our Fortune 500 firms in our state. We must consider all alternatives. If we cannot, this is not the failure of the program or the coach, but of the fiscal responsibility of the athletics department. One thing is painfully clear today. This is not the fault of students. Students who have sat through meetings where distasteful and insensitive language has been said by athletics administrators that degrade and disrespect student athletes. Language that looks down upon walk-ons who have gone on to become champions and represent the maroon and gold. Our students, many of whom are still on partial scholarship, are paying thousands of dollars into this institution. Where is their return on investment? We are treading waters in the path of a storm that will harm the reputation of this institution, a storm that drives away fans, loyal donors, and state support, a storm that is 100% preventable by standing on principle and not cutting these programs. I want to be clear here today. Director Coyle and his administration are not responsible for the budgetary constraints before us today. Yet what this department is responsible for is this process, a process that has not been clear in the number of cuts that are both explicit and implicit, a process which has inserted clauses in hiring documentation which had intent to sever our sports without transparency, a process which excluded this department's most important stakeholders, student athletes, a process which violates and disrespects our land grant mission and does not offer opportunities and accessibility to our state, a process that has not outlined and honored our fiduciary responsibilities, a process which has been deplorable, dishonorable, and disheartening. This is what this department is responsible for. Our coaches, our students, our university, our family have been blindsided. Who has taken time to ask the students how they feel about this matter? Have we not lost enough already? Who has gone to the alumni and the donors and the business partners who have built this program? Why have we stopped turning to the experts? Give us, the community, the people who you have turned so quickly to in the past, a chance to change the narrative, a chance to be pioneers, and a chance to begin anew. Our state deserves it, but more so our nation does too. They need to see we have hope. While we may not agree on every matter, I believe through the information provided to you and from my remarks today, we can all agree we have lost sight of what this university is supposed to stand on. There is no Hassan Mead, a well-decorated track athlete and Olympian, or Shane Wiskus that anticipates the Olympics, or Leonard Toledo, a Big Ten Athlete of the Year and All-American, if this decision is to pass. So today, I implore you and in the future to support our Go for Athletics programs, that you choose to stand with the athletics community that has long stood up for this institution. I ask that you hold our institution at the bare minimum to a standard of proper evaluation and analysis before decision making. I ask that united are we end with a period and not a question mark. And instead of a campaign, it is how you and our athletics department chooses to act. I ask that you do eventually vote no, depending on this motion, because it is the right thing to do and is the best interest of our institution both today and tomorrow. Does this fix the issue we have on our hands? No, we still have work to do, but we must get it right. If we do not, the repercussions we'll experience in perpetuity will hurt this community, university, state, and nation in a way we should only imagine and never see as a reality. Back in 2003, we saved our sport. Since then, our servient mission has only grown stronger. We must do the same. We must not allow these sports to perish in vain. It is our duty, and that should be plain. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Representative. Thank you, Student Representative Karandi. I'm going to turn now to Regent Mayron.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I believe I'm unmuted at this point. I want to remind all of us that what's before us right now is the motion to postpone the main motion. And I certainly appreciate the comments, the substantive comments that have been provided to us by our student representative and others as well. But I'm going to speak to the motion. I think that we have adequate information to make a decision one way or another on this proposal. We have gotten the additional information that we need to hear about Title IX. I think it is imperative that we move forward and that we not delay the pain that to the athletes, to all of the constituents who I think deserve an answer. So I will vote against the motion to postpone. And if the motion is defeated, then I will address substantively at that time, once I hear the dialogue from my colleagues, what ultimately my position will be on the main motion.
All right, I'm going to go to one more regent. I believe that Regent McMillan would like to comment, and then we'll call for the vote.
In the same vein as Regent Mayron, I'll limit my comments to the Rocha motion to delay, and I have other substantive comments if that doesn't carry. There's considerable, but it's superficial appeal to delay. I have my own set of deep-rooted angst about how we find ourselves where we are today and how we got this far ahead of our donor community and our support community, but delaying is not going to help with that. It won't change the underlying problems that several people have already spoke to. It has a potentially disastrous effect on recruiting. It hurts transfer options. It probably hurts our own students the longer we delay. And I think it creates hope for incremental annual funding solutions when what we need is a 9-digit endowed fund to really make all this work. So while I can see appeal and while it might make me feel better about how we landed in a spot where we're miles ahead of our donor community, which I'm not happy about, I don't think further delay in the greater good is going to work. I don't think it gets us anything other than making a really hard decision in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steves, let's go to the roll.
Mr. Chair, it's traditional for the maker.
Oh, Regent Rocha. Yes, you get the last word here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I can improve upon the comments by future Governor Karandi or future Congressman Kenyanya. But I will just say that based on the statements that were made, I think Regent McMillan touched a little bit on that he doesn't see an advantage in a delay. But other than that, there really hasn't been an explanation by anyone as to why why exercising appropriate governance and evaluation isn't right here. The fact is that it may be a little bit, I think, insulting to the adults that we have on our teams that they would not be fully aware of the continued risk if we were to continue the consideration. I trust that they would certainly understand that, and they would have to make decisions based on that as well. But it's not credible to suggest that these programs, these supporters, these athletes should have back in May somehow looked into a crystal ball to determine that they were going to be in this particular position. So the fact is we have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity to consider a proposal that is dramatically changed. It defies any objective logic to come at this as a Title IX issue, which I would suggest we, as was pointed out by a previous speaker and based on the case law and others, that the natural fluctuation of our student population does not put us in this position. Only we can put ourselves in this position. I think we've acted irresponsibly to have members of the board make that declaration and invite a lawsuit. But the fact is that we had, if that was in fact the case, for us to be able to just simply with a stroke of a pen, minutes ago, change this plan. And that somehow, well, now we're still going to be in compliance. Well, how do we even know where that number is? Because we just changed it dramatically without any sort of a forethought. It really, it undermines the argument that we have an issue and that's actually simply being used as a cudgel to push this through. I can't speak more strongly in favor of what President Karandi said. I think that any member of this board who will take a proposal changed moments ago based on all of what we've been dragged through as a board for the last 30 days forfeits any moral authority to talk about governance, evaluation, and I'm really quite stricken that the request by members of this board to have an opportunity to get that same feedback off of a dramatically altered plan would not be provided to them. All that, ultimately what it reflects is that I will refrain from speaking further on that. I ask for your support to give us an opportunity to have a meaningful evaluation of the new proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Regent Rocha. So Mr. Steves will call the roll. A vote yes is a vote to delay the decision, and a vote no is to return to the main motion. Is that correct, Mr. Steves?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, please call the roll.
On the Rocha motion to postpone, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
No.
Regent Beeson votes no. Regent Davenport.
No.
Regent Davenport votes no. Regent Herr. Regent Herr, you might be muted. I'll come back. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron. Regent Mayron. I think you might be muted.
No.
Regent Mayron votes no. Regent McMillan.
No.
Regent McMillan votes no. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
No.
Regent Swigum votes no. Regent Herr.
No.
Regent Herr votes no. Chair Powell.
No.
Chair Powell votes no. Mr. Chair, there are 5 in favor of the motion and 7 opposed to the motion.
All right, that motion fails. So we return now to the original motion, which is the revised motion and recommendation regarding elimination of select Gopher sports. Let's move now to a discussion of that motion. I'm sure there will be others who want to.
Mr. Chair, Regent Anderson is seeking to be recognized.
Okay, Regent Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chair Powell. First of all, I'll just tell you, just like the student athletes sitting out there, you have to know your strengths and know your weaknesses. I know that one of my weaknesses is public speaking, and simply for that matter, I can't be as eloquent as some of the speakers we have, and I have prepared statements. They were prepared before the new motion, but I think they're still relevant because they actually deal with the role of athletics in a bigger discussion. So if you'd indulge me, I have about 5 minutes of comments and I have no questions. I would like to say that I'm generally in sync with the decisions of Athletic Director Coyle. I believe he's a tremendous athletic director and his tenure has been good for the University of Minnesota. I also believe that President Gable is the right person at the right time in her position leading the University of Minnesota. However, today I disagree with both in their decision to drop these men's sports from competition at the University of Minnesota. I surmise that my thoughts, beliefs, and stance on this issue differs with them because of my experience as a lifelong Minnesotan who recognizes some of the history and tradition that is the University of Minnesota. I also believe this is not only my view, but the view of most in the outstate community who have followed Gopher athletics for generations. Virtually everyone I have talked to believe it is very short-sighted to go the route of cutting athletic opportunities without giving much more thought to finding a strategy to fund athletics moving forward. The university has an almost 170-year history in this state. And some of the sports we're discussing have a 130-year history at this university. One of my concerns is the idea of toppling that history in a 30-day period. A period where board members have not met in person, nor have discussed at any great length the financial impact on the university as a whole in regards to the changing financial circumstances we find ourselves in. This is not a simple issue. The ultimate solution has to be a fix that serves our athletic opportunities, our Title IX requirements, and our land grant mission, while at the same time showing a path forward with ample athletic department revenue streams. I believe that the solution will come from lowering expenses, finding new revenue streams, or reallocating existing university resources, or most likely a combination of all three methods. We have yet to talk about this issue within the framework of the entire university budget. Are we sure that what we are looking at doing may not cause more financial harm to the university in the long run than our anticipated savings would be? That should be studied. We should not make a decision without that knowledge. One thing I worry about is giving a permanent solution to a temporary problem. When we work on the next university budget, I think that there will be a lot to talk about in regards to cost and revenue structures. Not only in athletics, but in tuition fees, in our academic operations, in the financial agreements we have with our partners, and in general on how the resources of the University of Minnesota are allocated. That is the right time to take a holistic view of the university, and a time when we should determine the potential revenue streams and cost structures of the athletic department. I am all for the revenue sports. Matter of fact, I'm a huge fan. Been a huge fan since I listened on my radio in my bedroom in the mid-1960s. They are the rainwater that waters the grass is the non-revenue sports. The better our revenue sports do, the better all of our sports do. What I'm saying is that maybe we can find a solution where we can maximize those revenues with additional streams and also find enough money to support the non-revenue sports going forward. It's an interesting time in Division I athletics. There are actually some constituencies who are advocating for the payment of athletes in revenue sports. Many schools are wondering in relation to that, where would that money come from? We are not the only school that will probably have to deal with this issue at some point. Maybe this needs to be a holistic discussion, including the Big Ten Conference and the NCAA. As a matter of fact, Congresswoman Donna Shalala, former Chancellor of the University of Wisconsin, has introduced a bill on that issue in Congress. My second point is that the University of Minnesota is a land-grant institution that is supposed to serve the needs of the people of the state. I believe if the Land Grant Moral Act was being passed today, that it would have several more requirements to it. Among those requirements might be such items as extracurricular activity opportunities in arts and athletics for students such as we are discussing. I understand that track and field is the second most popular sport for Minnesota high school boys students with over 17,000 annual participants. And like trap shooting, it is very much growing. And on that point, do we need to be reminded that the University Board of Regents mission statements list as one of our guiding principles, and I quote, that we are conscious of and responsive to the needs of the many communities we are committed to serving. As to our land-grant mission, all 4 of our neighboring states' land-grant colleges offer men's track and field as a Division I sport. The University of Wisconsin in Madison, Iowa State University, North Dakota State University, and South Dakota State University. Not only would Minnesota's land-grant college be the only land-grant college area not to offer this popular sport, but Minnesota at this time would have no Division I college for those 17,000 high school track and field athletes to compete in. I would also add that a quick internet search with my abilities indicates to me that all of those schools mentioned also offer indoor track for their student athletes. President Gable many times talks about our athletic programs as the front porch of the university. I also want you to know that I come from and have lived my entire life in greater Minnesota, where Gopher athletics is probably disproportionately our community's biggest tie to the university. I fear that the more athletics we take away, the more distant our rural communities will be in their support of their university. Our rural communities realize incredible pride when one of their own could put the M on their chest. It not only puts that M on the athlete's chest, but following that athlete stamps Minnesota Gophers on our main streets. The less chance we have to follow our own, the less interest our state people will have in the University of Minnesota. And I predict that will cause less interest, less attendance, less philanthropy, and a bigger financial loss than the money athletics is talking about saving with these cuts. A land-grant university should be about giving our young people opportunity and dreams. Whether that dream is about being an engineer, or a doctor, or a lawyer, or a jazz musician, or an Olympic decathlete. The University of Minnesota should be about finding a way to give that dream an opportunity to develop. And I have the faith that if we take our time and put our best entrepreneurial minds together, we can formulate a plan to do just that. Thank you. I oppose today's resolution.
Thank you, Regent Anderson, for those comments. Are there others who want to speak to the resolution that's before us now, which is the revised resolution related to elimination of select Twin City campus athletics?
Mr. Chair, Regent McMillan would like to be recognized.
Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Regent Anderson, for those heartfelt comments. This is a wickedly difficult decision. I'm certainly, after a decade on this board, one of the toughest in my experience. We have a duty to make these hard decisions, however, and it's part of our fiduciary duty. Today, there's a lot of pieces to that, but there's resources that we have to consider how to allocate them. There's public policy we have to build in, and there's long-term strategic direction for the university, and all 3 elements of those pieces of a fiduciary duty stand before us today. And without a lot more resources very, very soon, we simply cannot afford a 25 sport program on a $123 million budget. And baked into that $123 million budget is a $7 million plus annual subsidy, if you will. and soon to be baked into that budget is a repayment of a big athletic loan that no matter, even if we luckily could play every Big Ten game this year, it's still going to be something approaching $50 million and could be higher than that. So unless this board wants to move resources from academic priorities, I don't see a solution that would support a 26 or a 27 sport program. I just don't see it. I wish I had Regent Anderson's optimism and idealism. Maybe I've got to find a place to find that, but I don't see it. So talking about the second element of that fiduciary duty are the overarching public policy goals of Title IX also enter into our calculus as we try to sort this out. And while we have leeway in how we go about implementing those public policy goals, we have to have plans in place that look forward and reflect those big overarching public policy goals. And what I see in this proposal, especially in the revised proposal, is that is a plan that would enable us to go forward and manage the athletic offerings we have in a way that is consistent with those broad overarching goals. I believe that we've used roster management to its fullest extent. And despite testimonials, heartfelt testimonials from many, many Gopher student athletes about what constitutes meaningful participation for them, the legal test is not those testimonials. It's a legal test that is numeric and substantive, and that's what has to drive the athletic director and this board. And I think further reliance on roster management probably condemns those sports that we're managing rosters down in to perpetual mediocrity, and those sports we're managing rosters up in to compliance risk. So I don't for a moment in saying that want to trivialize any of the input I've gotten about that issue, because it is very personal, but we have to lift ourselves up from that personal level and look at what the overarching policy goals of Title IX are. I think it's time for the university to reset the sport offerings it has. As hard as it is, isn't going to be any easier in 3 weeks or 3 months, but doing so provides us a go-forward plan for meeting those Title IX goals and sets us up for continued long-term alignment with the requirements of Title IX. Now, it comes at tremendous cost to the student athletes in tennis and gymnastics, and it certainly narrows to a degree the participation opportunities for those of our track athletes, our male track athletes. And I don't for a moment want to minimize those impacts or brush them aside. I valued the personal stories, testimonials, and heartfelt advocacy. Even got to see an ad, a full-page ad in the Duluth paper yesterday, which I certainly never expected to see. But a lot of really good advocacy and thoughtful input. We have to move on and focus this board's governance energy and President Gable's and her team's leadership energy on the far more daunting financial and core mission related challenges that lie ahead as this pandemic drives what I believe is going to be significant business model disruption right through the heart of public higher education, the sector as a whole, and this institution specifically. The resources today, at stake today, whether we're talking about $2.7 million in savings or a $7 million subsidy, or honestly $123 million total budget, pale in comparison to what we're going to face at the institutional level as this academic year comes to a close and we go to work with our partners at the legislature. We simply can't afford as a board to defer all the component parts of this challenge to the end of the year and somehow hope there are great solutions. We have to start making hard decisions. They have to be well informed, but we've got to get going on this. My last thought here is that we are clearly and likely irrevocably committing the university to a strategy that's highly dependent on the fiscal and athletic successes of football, basketball, and hockey. Regent Beeson spoke to this earlier. Time will tell if we chose the right path. With the resource limitations we face, I don't see how we can follow both forks in the road. We can't have a strategy that has us offering more non-revenue sports than any one of our peers on a comparable budget and hope to sustain long-term success in the revenue-producing sports. We just can't do it. So I will, with some reluctance, but I will support the revised proposal before us today. Thank you, Chair Powell.
Thank you, Regent McMillan. Regent Mayron.
Regent Mayron, you are muted.
All right, am I unmuted?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Powell, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for your very thoughtful and well-considered remarks and comments today. As others have said, this is an incredibly difficult decision and one that I find myself torn at no matter what direction we go. Having taken all of that into account and also the myriad and multitude of communications that I receive, whether by email, phone call, letter, at the end of the day, I am going to support the resolution that is before us. And I want to tell people why. I believe that any proposal that comes to us from the athletic department must be consistent with our mission, our principles, and our values. It must be financially sound, and it must meet the requirements of the law. And when I look, those are the criteria that I look at to evaluate a proposal such as this. And when I look at that criteria, I've concluded that this revised proposal meets that criteria. First of all, the university is committed to equity, diversity, and inclusion and providing opportunities for all members of our community. I believe this revised proposal does that by retaining outdoor track and field. Is it ideal? No. But does it move towards and address that very strong commitment? The answer for me is yes. Second, the athletics program has to be structured to be financially sound. Many have spoken to that. And I believe that this proposal, along with the other actions that have already been taken by the athletics department, is clearly moving in the right direction to ensure that our athletics program is living within its means. And part of the resolution is that the athletic department come back to us during this fiscal year to further address those issues. Third, the gender imbalance on our men's and women's teams lacks the proportionality dictated by Title IX. I am satisfied that steps must be taken to ensure that we are complying with Title IX. I'm satisfied that roster management alone will not solve the equitable participation requirement, and that this proposal, the revised proposal before us, properly addresses the requirements of Title IX. And parenthetically, I will say to all of you who communicated to me about your view about Title IX, it is correct that Title IX provides 3 ways for establishing compliance with Title IX's equitable participation requirement. One is substantial proportionality, and that's where we look at where the ratio of male and female participation or opportunities is substantially proportionate to the male and female student ratio of our full-time undergraduate population. Another way we can look at it is through continued expansion, and another way is through full accommodation. But I am satisfied that the only method or prong that applies to the University of Minnesota and its program is the first one, substantial proportionality, and that is clearly an issue right now for us. Lastly, let me say to all of our constituents, and I don't know if it's hundreds and hundreds or thousands of athletes, alumni, coaches, and other interested persons who have contacted me, the other regents in the administration, regarding the impact this decision has had on you personally, your son or daughter, your family, your friends, and your allegiance to the university, and regarding your proposed solutions, including raising money to address the financial viability of the sports affected by this proposal. I want you to know that we, the Regents, the President and Athletic Director Coyle, we have heard you, and I personally thank you for your input. And I believe your input has contributed greatly to the development of the revised resolution before us today. Is this solution perfect? No. I know that for all constituents affected by the decision to eliminate tennis, gymnastics, and indoor track, the perfect solution would be to eliminate no teams, to break no hearts, to crush no dreams of any or all of these athletes, and to add women's sports to meet the Title IX requirements. But the finances and law do not allow us to entertain the perfect solution. And as stewards of this university, we cannot reject this proposal because it is not perfect. Is there a better solution we could devise with more time and more input that addresses the values and principles of the university, the finances of the athletic program, and the law? I don't believe there is. And so for all of those reasons, I will vote today to support this resolution. Thank you, Chair Powell.
Thank you, Regent Mayeron. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the main motion, I covered much of the topics in my lead up to my motion to postpone. First, I would say that there are many a person sent to the gallows that would not necessarily favor hearing the executioner talk about how difficult the decision is. And so for that purpose, I feel badly for the folks that wanted an opportunity to explore options for respectful treatment and an opportunity for continued participation in this context. And I'm disappointed that I was not able to convince enough of my colleagues, as I'm counting noses after the initial vote. One thing that I think is interesting with the thousands of people I think that are paying attention to this process is they do get a sense of what it can be, kind of a series of frustrations from serving on this board as a regular Joe. I feel like I have too many "you've got to be kidding me" moments. But this just seemed like a self-inflicted wound by the university. We could have gotten where we wanted to go, but much like Ms. Karandi said earlier, there was a process we could have taken that would have gotten us there as a community and not as a matter forced down our throats. I'm deeply disappointed with some of the things that have happened. As Director Quell knows, I support his efforts to streamline and focus the department in a way that allows him to oversee a highly competitive product, especially in the revenue sports. I'm one of the few regents that I've ever served with who's had season tickets since fall of 1986. So I do understand and appreciate that. But at the same time, the fact that we had this change this morning at 9:15, I think I received the email, without any explanation in relation to my previous colleagues who've referred to Title IX as to how that actually impacts Title IX. It feels a bit like a cynical effort to scrape together a couple more votes to push this thing over the finish line, as opposed to actually working together as a board to come to a good decision. There are many people, I think, that are watching right now that are frustrated because they've evaluated the Title IX matter and they don't see that we are out of compliance. We had an OCR determination a few years ago, and quite frankly, you're right. If your position is that we are not out of compliance, I believe you're right. And I feel that it has been, again, put into this play as some sort of a basis to avoid this broader dialogue about how we can deal with the non-revenue sports. I will say this, looking at the resolution, which again I received this morning, it closes with directing the executive team of Intercollegiate Athletics to further evaluate during fiscal year 2021 financial and other considerations related to the department. I'm reading that language as compelling the department to work on some of the things that the director and I even talked about, ways that we can try to improve opportunities for the students that are here. The fact is, we're going to be there is a national conversation going on right now. We know that's true in men's gymnastics. And I don't think the University of Minnesota should be putting itself in this position to remove itself really from that dialogue. I don't think that the financial implications of these fairly inexpensive sports against this $4 billion enterprise, I don't think that it's good for our community. And as one of the people on this board who spent my undergraduate career on the campus, I very much appreciated what these programs added to the tapestry of our community. I think that we should engage in that broader conversation. I think we should look for opportunities to be part of the broader reconfiguration of the financial model that is intercollegiate athletics. And I think that this motion and this proposal not only hurts a lot of people out of the blue, but I also think it prevents us from being a full participant in what I think is a really important dialogue. So, Mr. Chair, I oppose this motion. And for the reasons I stated, I could have potentially gotten to a point where moving these programs in a different way versus the historic Division I Big Ten operation, but we were not being provided that opportunity, and so I will very disappointedly vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha, for your comments. One more person, and then we'll go to the roll. Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the main motion, I want to correct some things that I heard in this discussion today. When we talk about our budget, our athletics budget isn't really directly comparable, and maybe none of the other ones in the Big Ten are comparable to ours either. But a few years ago, in another board meeting, it was disclosed that we actually have even more money tied into athletics or used by athletics in terms of debt service that is not charged to the athletics budget. And that number at the time was around $14 million. I think if you add that to our budget, we start getting closer to some of our peers that were mentioned earlier. But that's beside the point right now. The point is we have enough money. We just don't have the will to find that money within our budget to save these sports. Let's just be honest about it. The self-funding models that tennis and gymnastics have brought forward in the last 3 weeks, I think need to be looked at. And that actually is a very helpful a plan that can be used by some of our peer schools in the future. And I guess I have one question, and I don't know if I heard the number for this, but what does this current plan actually save? It's got to be somewhere less than $2 million in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hsu. Athletic Director Coyle, do you want to address the question?
Chair Powell and Regent Hsu, thank you for the question. I believe that number will be $1.6 million.
All right. Are there any? Do we have any other hands raised in the boardroom, Mr. Steves?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, then we'll go to the roll. We'll go to the roll call on the main resolution.
On the revised resolution related to select sport elimination, Regent Anderson.
No.
Regent Anderson votes no. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
No.
Regent Hsu votes no. Regent Kenyanya.
No.
Regent Kenyanya votes no. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
No.
Regent Rocha votes no. Regent Simonson.
No.
Regent Simonson votes no. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 7 in favor and 5 opposed.
All right, 7 in favor, 5 opposed. That motion passes. All right. We'll move on now to the report of the committees. Let's begin with the report from the Audit and Compliance Committee. Regent Rocha, please could you share your report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Audit and Compliance Committee did not consider any action items this month. The committee had several discussion items that I will summarize briefly. First, representatives from Deloitte, an external auditor, provided an update on their current audit work. They will be wrapping up this work in the coming weeks and will return to the committee with their final report in December. University Controller Sue Paulson provided and walked us through the committee's role in the review of the audited financial statements. Later this month, the committee will have the opportunity to see and review these statements prior to their final issuance by Deloitte. Chief Compliance Officer Boyd Coomer and Compliance Program Coordinator Jennifer Gilbert provided the committee with an overview of the university's Anonymous Compliance Hotline, also known as U-Report, and described the investigation and follow-up processes. In our final item, Chief Auditor Klatt provided the committee with an internal audit update. The results of recent audits and follow-up are outlined in the docket for your information. Thank you, Chair Powell. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Beeson, will you please report on behalf of the Litigation Review Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Litigation Review Committee met yesterday, and at the meeting, we reviewed the annual report of the Office of General Counsel. We also authorized the closing of the meeting subject to attorney-client. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Beeson. For the Mission Fulfillment Committee, Regent Anderson, please, over to you.
Chair Powell, the Mission Fulfillment Committee acted on one action item this month. The committee voted to recommend approval of the consent report, which includes conferral of tenure for 2 outside hires. I move approval of the consent report.
Are there any questions from any regents on that consent report? I see none. So if there are no questions or comments, we'll call the roll so that the full board can vote on the Mission Fulfillment Consent Report.
On the Mission Fulfillment Consent Report, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr is absent. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
That motion passes. Regent Anderson, any additional committee business?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Regent McMillan, please will you share the report of the Finance and Operations Committee?
I'd be happy to, Chair Powell, but note at the outset, I'll probably be the least popular guy because there's 60 roll call votes that still need to happen. And as the opening of my, given that we had 5 action items, and as an opening point, I might, with your, maybe you would direct board staff to look into whether we're going to have a one, where we could consolidate everything into one. We can't do it today because our process doesn't allow, but if we're going to continue with hybrid and remote meetings, it might make sense to look at a process update that would enable us to do all of these in one, but we can't. So I'll start with the first one. The Finance and Operations Committee acted on 5 items. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the resolution related to the 2020 6-year capital plan and the resolution related to the 2021 state capital request. The committee moves approval of those resolutions.
Any questions or comments on the 6-year capital plan or the state capital request? I see no hands raised. Anyone in the room? Look like there are no questions. So that being the case, Mr. Steeves, please call the roll.
On the 6-year capital plan and state capital request, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her is absent. Regent Shu. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, that motion is approved. Back to you, Regent McMillan.
All right, item 2 of 5, the committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the resolution related to the state biennial budget request for fiscal years 2022 through 2023. The committee moves approval of that resolution as well.
I don't see any hands raised on my screen. I don't see any hands raised in the boardroom. So I'll ask Mr. Steves to take the roll on the president's recommended budget request.
On the state biennial budget request, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her is absent. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, that motion is approved. Your next item, please, Regent McMillan.
Very good. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the resolution related to the dining services contract extension for the Twin Cities campus. I move its approval.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised anywhere, so we'll go to the roll on the resolution related to dining services contract extension.
On the dining services contract extension, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her is absent. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, that motion is approved. Regent McMillan.
Item 4, the committee voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the proposed amendments to the Board of Regents policy for debt transactions. I move its adoption by the board.
All right, a motion to adopt amendments to the Board of Regents policy on debt transactions. I see no hands raised on my screen or in the room, so we'll go to the roll. Mr. Steves.
On amendments to the debt transactions policy, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her is absent. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, that motion carries. And Regent McMillan, I think this is your last one.
I sure think it is, yes. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the consent report, which includes the Central Reserve's general contingency, purchase of goods and services over $1 million, 1 real estate transaction, 2 capital budget amendments, 2 schematic design approvals, an employment agreement, approval of Vice President for Research, and the sale of the radio station KUMD assets. I move approval of the consent report from the committee.
All right, again, for discussion, I don't see any raised hands. I don't think we have any raised hands in the boardroom, so we'll go to the roll call.
On the Finance and Operations Committee consent report, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her is absent. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, thank you. That motion carries. Regent McMillan, any other business?
No, Chair Powell, thank you. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. And finally, Regent Mayron, will you share the report of the Governance and Policy Committee, please?
Yes. The Governance and Policy Committee acted on one item this month. The committee voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the proposed amendments to the Board of Regents policy, protection of individual health information. I move adoption of the proposed amendments.
All right. So this again is the resolution related to protection of individual health information. I don't see any hands raised here. Anything in the boardroom, Mr. Steves? Nope.
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's go to the roll then.
On amendments to the protection of individual health information policy, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her is absent. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is old business. Is there any old business to come before the board? And you can indicate that with raise hand. All right, I see none. The next item is new business. Is there any new business to come before the board? And again, I see none. And seeing none and hearing none, I now declare this meeting of the Board of Regents is adjourned.